Hey, everybody, welcome to our show. As you guys can see, I have Classic Ruby here. Hey,
Hey
Ruby.
y'all.
Hey, Ruby.
Hey girl, what's up? What's going on? I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Oh
God.
my God, we're gonna do
I'm
this gonna be good. It's
so
gonna be good.
excited. This is
Me
going to
too.
be such a good project. We're going to
Mm-hmm.
just be like YouTube besties. We're going to have our Tuesdays at 8 o'clock. I mean, we
Mm-hmm.
have big things in store for you guys. Like, we're not even gonna tell you the project we have coming up in April, right, Ruby?
Exactly. Wink, wink. I'm telling y'all, you're gonna be excited though. And yeah, it's gonna be different. So make sure you keep tuning in because we're not exactly sure of the exact date. So you're gonna have to keep tuning in to find out and be here live when it happens. It's gonna be good.
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
also, we're looking for a name, something cute and fiery, something that'll really fit us. So we're gonna have a contest show. Probably next show we'll have a contest show. And it's pretty much gonna be like a celebration and everything, celebrating our new show and the best name wins. So
Mm-hmm.
what would the prize be, Ruby?
Girl, listen, the prize is gonna be great. We haven't we haven't decided yet. Okay. Hey, listen, maybe when you guys are sending in ideas for the show name, you can also send in ideas for what you want the prize to be. But don't be ridiculous, okay? Nobody got no $1 million or a
Right.
hundred Bitcoins to send your way. So,
Exactly.
be reasonable. Be
Right.
reasonable.
Like
Yeah.
we'll do like $20, $30, $40, $50, but that's it. We're not doing no more than that. So
Exactly. There you go. Max. And I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be all of that. It's a pandemic out there, okay? Ain't nobody independently wealthy, but we will make sure it is totally worthwhile. So I don't know. Maybe we feed people. I don't know. Hey, listen, I've heard that these gift certificate things are a great thing. These are gift cards. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know yet. We're working it out. We're
and
working
for
out the
those
kinks. So
foodies, people that like to eat, we might even do like someplace nice to eat, take your girl out, your wife, whatever you want to do,
yeah.
you know?
Right? I'm saying, right? So, y'all, listen, everything is a work in progress, but we know it's going to be good. We just have to feel it. That feeling in your soul. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Gonna be really good. Yes,
Hmm.
definitely. And there's no echo chamber here. We both have our own opinions because I know a lot of you guys say, "Hey, we're tired of echo chambers," but we both are opinionated, right, Ruby?
Very well.
So,
They know I
oh, right, right, pretty much. So I'm just gonna say hi to the chat before we begin.
am.
How do you say that name, Ruby?
Arm Junior? Uh,
Okay, Arm Junior. He
Girl.
likes, it seems he likes the thumbnail, thanks to Ruby. She's our talented person.
Hey, you know,
But hey,
I try. I try.
yeah, no, you did a really good job. It really looked like we're sitting there with those hard hats on. Like,
Right?
right? You can you can't even tell that you're in Canada and I'm in the US. It's like we're right next to each other. That was dope.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, love. So we got Kevin Murray in here. Hi, Kevin. He says,
Hey, Kevin.
LOL. Love the Photoshop on that thumbnail.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And then we got Just Ask Shar. Hi.
Yes, that's my other co-host, y'all. For those of y'all who keep asking, what Ruby, how come you don't do anything anymore? I do. Every Friday at 10:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. That's Eastern time. I'm over there co-hosting with Just Ask Shar. She got questions, and trust me, I'm scared of her questions. So y'all need to show
What?
up for them. Good.
I definitely got to subscribe. I didn't even know that you had a show with Shar.
There you go. Well, two, right? We got the Friday, which is an open panel. So people who actually want to come run their mouths, Fridays a day. But Saturdays, we do have an amazing news show, including a Karen segment. Yes, a
Oh,
Karen
really?
segment
A
to watch out for.
Karen? What?
Yes, girl.
What's that?
You know what Karens are? You've been
I
missing
know
out.
what a Karen is, but what the heck?
Oh.
Oh, you saying you got the Karens coming up to ask questions or?
No, no, no. We just feature. We don't like Karens up on the show. You
Oh,
crazy? No, 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 no. We just feature several Karens, the best Karens I found on the internet that week. Yeah, and I made sure I share lots of Kens and Karens for y'all's entertainment pleasure. So,
Oh, okay. Make sure y'all subscribe. Drop the link in the chat. I made her a mod. So Shar, I made you a mod. So drop that link.
yes, please.
Everybody
Thank you, girl.
subscribe. Yes, definitely. Another one, they like the thumbnail.
Hey, man.
Oh my God, hey.
I
And
tried.
yes, and definitely share the live stream, like the live stream, support this live stream because I'm telling you, we bringing out something new. So definitely check us out.
hmm
Hi, Azrael. Yeah, she's very talented. All right, game changer. We have Demetrius.
It's
Let me
not
get to
boobies. It's
no.
not.
Yeah,
No.
and it's not boobies. No. All right, so let me see the super chat. Oh, the breakdown. Hey, ladies. Hi.
Yay!
Thanks for coming.
I love those ladies. I can't believe they're here. They're gonna witness
Right,
our debut. Oh my god, guys. That's
right.
so
She
nice.
actually, they were the first to do it. Like I was actually inspired by them.
Yes. I remember Sister George before they started the breakdown, and when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, that's such a good idea.
Mhm.
Why didn't I think of it? Damn. But no, I love their show. It's a great
Sorry,
breakdown.
girl. We kind of biting
Mhm.
off y'all. Sorry.
Very
Yeah, but yeah, we love y'all show. Thanks for that. We appreciate it.
much.
Okay, so let's get right into this. So, Ruby, let me ask you, what do you think about women's rights?
Well, realistically, and okay, listen, I'm gonna give y'all the caveat first. Some of y'all gonna be mad, but it's true. I think that feminism is not all bad. I think that first and second wave feminism were incredibly necessary. And I believe in women and men having equal rights, equal opportunity. Okay. I think we should live in a meritocracy that has nothing to do with gender, race, religion, anything. Yeah, meritocracy. So basically, when it comes to women and equal rights, and what, yeah, I'm 100%. I know. For those women who are like, Ruby hates feminists. Well,
Are you,
yeah, but
do you consider yourself a feminist?
no, no, no. I
Even a
mean,
little bit?
no, no. I started my whole entire bread and butter. Classic Ruby started as an answer to dumb shit feminists do and say. I mean, you can go back 15, 20 years of me writing about dumb things feminists say. Subscribe to. So I'm not a feminist. Actually, I don't join movements as a general thing, normally because they get bastardized and they don't recognize what it is they're supposed to actually be following. So I'm not a feminist at all.
Mhm.
I know. For some of y'all, you're also surprised. I know. Neither side likes me. I believe in balance and logic above all else. So yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
feminist.
Well, I think things were fine just the way they were before women's rights. Like I wouldn't mind a man being the head of the household and me staying home taking care of the kids while he's out working. You know, the traditional way. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Well, okay. I I literally lived that life. So now I don't have an issue with the life. It's not about. I think this is the thing. People don't realize that choice and options mean a lot. So if you have the option to be able to stay home and live comfortably above the poverty line, and just devote yourself to your family and your kids, that's great. But what about, right? Because you're like, well, I don't need feminism. Yeah, but what about if you literally could not have a bank account without a man having access to it and your husband dies? Then what?
Mhm.
Or just being able to drive yourself somewhere, or being able to earn money again if your husband dies and you have those kids, because these are things that we don't think about when we think about the way things were before. And this is why I said equal rights and equal opportunity, because you should be able to run your bank account. You shouldn't need to get your shisty cousin who's going to steal all your money to run your bank account just because you need a man.
That's actually a good point, but How do you think they did it back then? Like there was always a way to get around that. How do you think they did it?
They didn't put money in banks. I mean, but that being said, though, right? I mean, let's be real. How did they get around a lot of the laws that they had set up? Uh, to basically say that if you don't have a man, then you can't participate in life. Well, prostitution. Articles of prostitution. Shout out to Justice DeAndre. Um, but it's the oldest profession, and that's how women often got around these things because prostitution, well, that means you're getting a man to help take care of you, buy you stuff, whatever, give you money so you can take care of your kids and you're this and you're that. But I mean, short of that, maybe being a housekeeper, live-in nanny, live-in housekeeper, you didn't have a lot of options, really.
Right, they didn't. But I think the prostitution is more of a modern day thing, wouldn't you say?
No, Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. How was modern girl? This is like the oldest book that we refer to. There's prostitutes in there, okay, and that's not the only story of prostitutes, by the way. But no, it's the oldest profession. Literally, as long as people have been able to have sex, women have been trading sex for stuff. Okay, whether it's protection, some type of provision, food, whatever it is, women have been. I mean, sure, they didn't have money before, but you know, I want some berries. You know what I mean? I need you to protect my hut tonight. So I'm gonna wiggle my hips at you. You know what I mean? Not over to
Right.
my hut. You're gonna come over into my hut, and then you're gonna come out. You're gonna stay and watch. That's prostitution. I'm just saying. It's always
Yeah,
been there.
I mean, I guess. I mean, but you did have some very, very good points about if the husband dies, what happens. But what I think happened was when a husband died, they got married again because they had those qualities that men wanted back then. Now women aren't getting married, so it's a lot harder for women have to work because they can't get a man. But back then, women had all those qualities where they cook, they clean, they cater to their men, all that good stuff that we talk about here in the space. So what do you think about that? After their husband died, they just got with someone else and that's how they lived.
No, see, this is why I disagree with that. I'll tell you what, because it's a real thing, right? So if everybody acts right, then you're no longer using acting right as a quality that you're measuring, right, as far as choosing women, because everyone acts right. Fine. So then what are you measuring women with? Well, you're measuring women with the same things that women have always really been measured with, which is two things: virtue and beauty and youth. So
Right.
if you are now older, you have already lost your virginity because you were married and you popped out several children.
Sure.
Now you don't have any of those things. Not only that, but you also come with a large expense that has nothing to do with dude, right? So now you have to think about we're in an era where there's a 18-year-old being produced every second, right? And those 18-year-olds, they're looking for husbands too, only they're virgins, they act right, they're beautiful, and even if they ugly, at least they got their youth, right?
Sure.
So really, I think when we're talking about that remarriageability, we're talking about women who didn't end up having children, or women who were beautiful, or women who are widowed young. But other than that, like if you're talking about a woman who was, she's like a four at 20, but she's young. So someone snatched her up, and then he died, and now she's got three kids, and she ain't that great looking, and she's older, and now everything's gone south because she has kids and whatever. Oh, she's competing against all the 18, 19, 20, 21 year olds who are single, and have never been married and have never lost their virginity and don't have three kids for you to feed too. So
Right.
I think there's still that equal disadvantage. In fact, if anything, I think there's more of a disadvantage because in today's day, right, like forget all the idiot women who are running around like, you got to take care of my kids on the first date if I'm going to keep dating. Like, that's stupid, right? Forget that.
Yeah.
But women can work and women do work, right? And so when you see a woman with kids, right, as long as she's a reasonable human, you're not looking at, okay, how much does it cost me individually to pay for those kids immediately? right? Like, no, because you know that she's working, she has been working, she has the ability to work and to take care of those kids. She has the ability to have a bank account, maybe savings, maybe this and that and whatever, right? Investments and whatever. Whereas in back then, she didn't have that. So it literally was going to be on you, the new man. So how many men
Right.
now want to scoop up women with children, even though those women are capable of taking care of their kids? It's a reduced amount, right? And so imagine back then. I think they had even less options, honestly.
I get what you're saying. Game changer.
Mhm.
I know he don't disagree. He said, but women die too. And then somebody
Yeah.
said 18 back then, women were getting down at 14. That is true. Women got married a lot younger and had a lot of kids a lot younger than they do now.
Well,
So that also
yeah,
plays a factor in it.
yeah, but it would be weird to have a conversation right now talking about 12 and 14-year-olds, right? Because now we were all born and raised into that's pedophilia and it's wrong, right? So, like, obviously by 18, I mean legal age. People were also dying way earlier, though, right? So you had a much shorter lifespan. So you really did have to get started earlier. So,
Right.
you
Okay, so let
know,
me read this super chat. Thank you, Volcanus. Thank you for the $20 super chat. He says, greetings, Melody, guest, and chat. Thank you. We appreciate you.
guest
Thank you
name
so
is
much.
Ruby. Ruby, classic Ruby. That's guest's name. Just so you know.
And
Guest
she's
is
not a guest.
no.
She is a host with me.
Thank you.
This is our channel. This is how it's gonna be from now on. Every Tuesday at 7. And like I said, I'm sorry, at 8. And we have so much in store for you. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right. And like we have to recognize that, right? Like, okay, think about it, Val, right? Like imagine that, right now, and you're like, right now, the only reason why because you're not married, right? The only reason why you're able to live somewhere and eat food, and just have any kind of life at all is because your dad is taking care of you. That's how it would have to be, no matter what your age is, as long as you were unmarried. Really, in essence, you were under your father, and if your father was dead, then it would be the patriarch of the family, right? The uncle, a cousin, your younger brother, whoever the eldest male was, right? Now imagine that was your life. So now you're taking, you have to listen to your 20-year-old brother or 17-year-old brother, whatever the legal age is, and he's the youngest he can be. And he also has all control of your whole entire life. And if you say no to your, 17-year-old brother, well, then he'll just let you get cut off and you can live in the gutter or become a prostitute, right? Like, and
Mm,
those are your only options. And then if he decides that they can't afford you anymore, and so he wants to marry you off to that abusive, violent, drunken creep that's like 5 times your age, but at least he'll feed you and give you a roof over your head. You really didn't have a choice unless you want to run away and become a prostitute. Like there weren't a lot of options, is my point, right? Like, would you be
exactly.
happy with that? For real, would you be happy with that? Like,
No, game changer, I disagree. The men were older. The women were young and the men were older.
mhm.
Women don't really marry men under 18 or their age. I don't think.
No, well, see, game changer, you're saying it's a doomsday scenario, but the reality is, right, we can't use modern life and modern technology and what we're used to evaluate, a few hundred years ago. We can't because it doesn't, or like 100 years ago, even because the way that, modern life, technology, science, our advances in knowledge as far as a lot of things have changed our life is dramatic. Right? It wasn't that long ago that people were just living with things like gonorrhea and syphilis and just like eating their nose away and eating their brain and their eyes away, and they should have lived and just kept living because there was no treatment for that. It's just what it is, right? Like, like we feel really far removed from the times where when people had headaches, they would drill holes into your head, but it's not that long ago. It's not like thousands of years ago, right?
Yeah,
So
it was a little extreme back then.
that's what I'm saying. Life was extreme back then in comparison, right? Generally, if you were the cream of the crop, right, things used to work a lot more according to, was it like instinct or nature? So if you were the cream of the crop, you tend to marry the cream of the crop. right? And if you were four, like tens marry tens, and sevens marry sevens, and fours marry fours, and ones marry ones. That's what it was, right?
Hmm.
But now, if you were born and raised to be an eight or a 10 or whatever it is as a woman, right? Like a man who was worthy of you was not your age or even a couple years younger. All right. A lot of boys, right, men back then, they actually had to develop themselves before coming to get a wife, because once you got a wife, you're responsible for feeding yourself and her and all the kids you're
Right.
about to pop out. So
Right.
you needed some time to develop, and to amass some type of wealth and stability and whatever, right? It's just they got started a lot earlier. So yeah, I'm talking about 21-year-olds, right? They got started at 15. Um, but yeah, generally they were older than the women. The women, as soon as it was proper by society, could be 14, 15, 16, whatever it was, right? They were getting married off, to take that, pressure off the family in essence. And sevens were marrying sevens, and tens were marrying tens, and whatever. But what if your 10 husband dies? You
I
were a
think,
10.
Ruby, I don't know. Like you keep saying, what if they died? But they maintained. I don't know how. I don't know how they did it. Maybe the money went to her back then. You know what I mean? They did. Maybe the man put her in a will, and then once he died, the money went to her and the kids, so she can take care of the kids.
No. Often money would go in trust, to take care of kids or whatever. But women were not allowed to open bank accounts, let alone access bank accounts on their own, right? They needed a man to co-sign. They needed a man to, basically, women were to, seen as, well, they're these emotional, silly, frilly little things who can't, put two thoughts together. So you need a man, because otherwise the poor little thing is just going to lose all the money, because she's just a woman, right? So this is why I say, yeah, no, there's some advancement, in understanding that women are people too, that was needed, right? Because the way that women were looked at was not particularly productive. It wasn't. Well, let's keep it a buck, right? Like, we have to be honest about the way things were in order for us to be honest about the way things are now. That's the
So
way I
you,
see it.
so Ruby, are you saying that things are better now than they were back then with traditional women?
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. Of course. I mean, literally, it was legal to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say some words here. It's going to offend some of y'all, but it's true. It was legal to beat and grape your wife until 1984. I was born in 1984. It was legal. Literally, that was nobody's business but your own. And that was, it was a normal thing. You could just take it for granted. Yeah, of course. That's what you do. You don't reason with women. You don't just get angry at them, and no, you beat them like you would beat your kids, right? And the woman owes you sex, so she don't want to give it up. Well, you rape her, no problem. Right? There's some problems there, right? That's problematic, right? So do women have it way better just changing some of those types of laws? Absolutely. Right? Like, I'm not even talking about like the other extreme of stuff right now. I'm just talking about stuff like that, the changes that needed to be made. Yes,
Right, Ruby. But
absolutely.
in some of these countries, okay, so in some of these other countries, the men do exactly what you said the men did back in the day. They're still traditional and they have those women in check. These women here are not in check because they need someone to put their foot down. It's really not better that men are not putting their foot down because these women are running around doing what they want to do, being single mothers, cursing men out, beating them up. This is the result of us not being traditional anymore. So what do you have to say about that?
I disagree that the problem is this dominion that men have over women. Just because if you look, there's other countries that are far more liberal, than America or even Canada. That women have far more, like literally, like in America, women don't actually have the equal rights in in the Constitution, right? That was never ratified into the Constitution. So the Equal Rights Amendment was never ratified. So therefore, equal rights are a privilege, not a right in America, right? I live in a country where women actually have equal rights in our Constitution. It's the same way men have equal rights, so do women. But there are countries that are even more liberal. even more equality, and whatever. And what you don't see in some of those countries is a lot of this behavior that we don't like, right? So is the problem that men had dominion over women and women have to live in fear of men, and so therefore that makes them mitigate their behavior? No, obviously the problem is women lacking the ability or the desire to mitigate their behavior. But I don't think that that has to come from living in fear and limitations and whatever of men. I think it's social self-respect, integrity, maybe some social shame from peers. Just honestly, let's be real. We've got to admit that right now thirst trapping is a very, very real and successful way to be as a
Oh yeah.
woman, right?
Fact.
Um, so, hey, you could have the nastiest attitude in the world, but guess what? You want to post your boobies on OnlyFans, you still gonna be making 10 large a month. So I mean, right, like what's the benefit of mitigating your behavior? There isn't really one from I think what they see in the Western world. Whereas in if you are like that in some of these other countries that are more liberal in some ways, right? And more egalitarian and blah blah blah. But if you were to go and do stuff like that, you just know you're not going to make money like that. You'd have to make money off Americans, right? Because their bet would just be disgusted with you. You'd be gutter trash to them, right? So I do think that there's more to it. That's what it comes down to. There's more to it than that.
And I'm glad you brought up shame because we spoke about this on Chantel's. Was it
Mm-hmm.
Chantel's or was it GC's? I don't know whose it was. But yeah, that's the thing. We need to start shaming modern women more. Maybe if we shame them more, maybe it'll kind of help them become a little more traditional. What do you think about that? Like, they say, oh, it's fat shaming. Oh, it's slut shaming. But
Mm-hmm.
maybe we should shame. Do
Well,
they think it's okay?
yeah, I think healthy shame is a good thing. So I think there's a difference between healthy and unhealthy shame, right? For example, a lot of people don't know. This is why I don't join movements because people don't know where these movements start, and they often get very bastardized. And by the time they get onto everyone's radar, it doesn't even resemble what it started with, right? So let's talk about slut shaming and the origins of that. It's not Amber Rose. Slut walk. She's not the origin. Okay, the origin of the slut walk had to do with college girls not dressing really like for to if they were just like that today, you would think they were a little conservative. Okay, there's girls who were wearing like a mini skirt, but their fingers probably were still not as long as the skirt, and then they're wearing a tank top, but they're showing some shoulder and a little bit of cleavage, right? And then they get attacked, and it's very obvious they got attacked. That's not in question. And then it's like, oh well, basically, why would you dress like that? You're asking for it, right? And
Right.
so that was happening a lot in the late 80s, early 90s, right? This is where the slut walk came from. This is where that actually originated from is, you're shaming women. You want women to be beautiful. Obviously, they're out there, they're trying to find themselves a husband, whatever. You want women to be beautiful, and then the police are gonna respond like that. Like no one says to the person who's getting, robbed or whatever, oh, you got mugged, like, oh, you were wearing that jacket in public. Why would you wear such an expensive jacket? You were basically asking for it. Like, no one says that, right? So it's a messed up thing to say. And that's why the slut walk thing happened. But now, what happens? You get some actual slut, i.e., stripper, who decides, oh, I'm going to bastardize that. And I'm going to take that to mean I can walk around and pasties on my nipples and a thong, right? And you can't shame me. That's not what it's supposed to mean. That's not
Mhm.
what it had anything to do with. But now all of a sudden, right? That's what people think now. That's what women are running around and saying, well, slut, you can't slut shame me. No, no, no. We back then in the 90s, we were slut shaming, right? We were still shaming women for literally throwing it around, giving it away, right? Having no self-respect, no dignity, showing it off to everybody. We were still shaming women for things like that, right?
Right.
Um, even while we were saying you don't have the right to say I deserve to be attacked in a dark alley because I'm wearing a dress today. That's crazy, right? But we were still keeping healthy shame, and I think that's the problem. It's either all shame or no shame at all. Like we're so black and white these days.
Right. I do agree that we're black and white. Just like we were talking about the tattoos not being feminine and, you know,
Hmm.
all of that. It's not fair to be black and white to judge somebody off of something like that. But I want to get back to the job aspect of this feminism thing. So do you think it's okay for women to
Oh,
be
wait, Melody.
hmm,
Hold on. Can we address? I want to address this. So
what you want to
just
do?
it's part of the shame thing. So just ask Shar asked how would she? Well, first of all, I think Char's hilarious. But anyway, she's like, how would you shame billboards? No.
Wait, what did she wait, what did she say? How would you?
She said, how would
Oh,
you shame? Right? How would we reintroduce the shame? Billboards,
if we
maybe.
gotta put it on billboards, let's put it on billboards. If men, if you have to stop sleeping with these women, stop sleeping with them. Whatever you gotta do to shame them, go ahead and do it. If a woman is fat, call her fat. But
Well,
nowadays, if you call a woman fat nowadays, you get canceled. You get
yeah.
literally get canceled for that. So yeah, I do feel like you should shame women.
Well,
Absolutely. And
see,
men. And men.
and men, I think we need to shame bad behavior, but okay, the question to how do we do it? Although billboards is hilarious. No, I think the way that we used to do it just had to do with the way we treated people socially within our social networks, right? So, the respectable girls from the good side of the tracks, the ones who loved themselves and stuff and had a future, right? They didn't hang out with girls who acted a certain way or dressed a certain way, and vice versa. The guys who had something going for themselves, right, and whatever, they didn't hang out with guys who were doing certain things. It's just like you don't even have to sit there and necessarily be in people's face, I think, putting them down and whatever. In fact, sometimes I think that's like literally the opposite of helpful. But I do think that there are no consequences for our behavior anymore on either side for both men and women. There's no real consequence for socially yucky behavior. There just isn't. We can pretend that there is when the fact is we're talking about what should be, not what is. Right?
Agreed.
Where's the consequence? Because again, I'm telling you guys that if I had less self-respect, the way I was taught what self-respect is, as far as not showing off the goodies, I'm telling y'all, I would be a billionaire. Okay, but I couldn't sell it. I couldn't sell sex. I couldn't sell myself like that. I couldn't do it the way I was raised. Right? I see it differently than maybe someone who was even raised just 10 years younger than me. Right? I can't just put my goodies on show. Like I can't do it. Right? But because the consequence for me is moral and it's psychological, but the payoff, if I didn't have that moral issue, come on, again, 10 large, easy monthly is what these OnlyFans girls are making. I don't care. You guys like, oh, how long is that going to last? Only 5 years? 10 grand a month for 5 years? Can you think of a 5 year period of time in your life where the average person's going to be making 10 grand a month? No, right? Like, that's a lot of money. So I just
Yeah,
see it.
they're literally busting it open for that money.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
mean,
are.
anybody can make it, but mm-mm, I
I
would never do
wish.
that. Right. I mean, it's good money, but I wouldn't do it. I would never.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked me, like, Melody, why don't you make a OnlyFans? I'm like, for what? And they were like, well, you don't have to bust it open just because you have a OnlyFans. I'm like, but that's the only way to make money on
Yes.
OnlyFans. But I was considering doing foot OnlyFans, like with my feet, because I have pretty feet. I,
Yo,
I have pretty feet. I'm not gonna lie. So, but nah.
no,
Mm,
girl, I can't even lie. Do you know how many times I ran through those types of options? Like the options of I don't have to show my goods that I value, right? But I
mhm.
could still sell it in a sexual way and make money online. Do you know how many times in my head I thought about the foot thing? I thought about like just the ASMR stuff, and you're holding like feathers and stupid stuff, and they can see your cleavage.
Yeah,
Girl, I tried. I tried to convince myself. There are times in life, man. Things get
yeah.
hard. You got student loans, and you're like, "Ooh, it could be good," but I couldn't do it.
Somebody was like, Melody, why don't you do ASMR with your voice? I'm like,
I think you could. You probably could. But
maybe I'll think about it. it is something I've been thinking about, but all that other stuff, the busting it open, I'm not
No,
doing it.
I gotta just point out one thing again. Sorry, listen. I'm gonna notice my co-host more than others. Although, yes, like Aizen, Trini, Dane, I notice y'all too. Don't worry about it. But she's asking about a pension. You don't know
What you
Shar yet.
say?
I'm gonna tell you. Melody, Shar, and pension, they're best friends. Okay, that's like her favorite word and her favorite
Mm-hmm.
pension. We're always talking about how we gonna get a pension. Now,
Right.
I'm just saying, Shar, I won't go into the details, but we all know a story, okay, involving half of someone's little pinky finger and the effect it had on the man. So I'm just saying, you want to build a pension. I don't know about the shaming part of that paying off because I'm pretty sure that accountability, everyone is allergic to it and no one likes to be shamed on any side, period, doesn't pay. But what might pay and help build a pension, it's some foot fetish nonsense. I just gotta throw it out there. I just gotta
The
throw it
foot
out there,
fetish. Mm-hmm.
right?
So
You
the foot,
just
I'm
say,
telling you, girl, the foot fetish thing is real. These men
mm-hmm,
love feet. You know,
mm-hmm.
sometimes guy ask me, let me rub your feet. I'm like, what? Like these guys are, yeah, but
Man,
they'll
people are
pay
paying
good
for
money
farts
for
in a
some feet,
jar. They're paying for
right?
farts in a jar. Girl, when I found out you could do that, you like bath water was bad enough. Farts
Now
in a jar.
bathwater.
God, God, people are sad and lonely, man.
I'm, oh, go ahead.
Mm.
I'm sorry, I cut you
No,
off.
no, 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 no. It's all right. No, I'm just saying, like, listen, this is what I'm talking about when I say no. We're gonna complain so much about what women are doing or not or whatever, but do you see the payoff? She has to be hot online. Okay, that's all she has to be is hot, hot, and she needs to be able to put a filter on her video to convince you she's 18 to 21. Okay, and then she can sell you a fart in a jar and you'll buy it. Like,
Right. No, but
what
there's
is the
somebody,
benefit?
girl, I don't know. I don't know, but there's somebody on here who said that their girlfriend or somebody sold their panties for like $500. I don't know who it was, but who are gonna buy a pair of panties for $500? Like, really?
Mm. Hey, the sad thing is, someone, and not just one, lots of them
Mhm.
will.
Yep.
Right? Like, this is my point. So let me, again, this is what it comes down to, right? Like, okay, you have your own morals internally, but the fact, what is the fact? The fact is saying, right? Is the problem really in women these days, or are women's brains working just fine? Because the way I see it, women's brains are working just fine. They're looking at the landscape, right? And they're going, how can I be a millionaire before I'm 25? And the answer is not, well, you know what? If I just cover up all of my goods, and I develop my wife skills that no one will see unless we're already that deep in a relationship, and that I don't go out, I don't shake my ass, I don't twerk nowhere, right? Don't put my goodies online, and blah blah blah. Don't wear weave, don't wear nails, don't wear makeup. Just walk around natural. That is the best way of making $20 million before I'm 25. That's not. It's not. It's not. Let's be honest, right? Like that's not what we're seeing. That's not the evidence. What the evidence is showing us. I think women's brains are working just fine, right? So then it comes down to, is Western society working just fine? No. Western society is very broken right now. Let's be real. That's what the problem is.
Let me ask you a question though, because the topic was about women working men's jobs. So we all know that men's jobs pay a lot more, and this is why a lot of women want to get in the field. How do you feel about women becoming garbage men, firefighters, construction workers? Do you think that's a good way to make money? Do you think it's feminine for these women to be working in these fields?
Listen, I believe in a true and pure meritocracy. That is to say, that the standards, for example, for becoming a fireman are that you have to be able to lift a certain weight and walk for a certain distance with it, and so on and so forth. And anyone who can meet those standards, right? They should be able to become those things. I don't think standards should change in any way, shape, or form to try to be more inclusive, because that's stupid, right? Like in the case of firefighters, there's a reason why you have to be able to deadlift a certain amount of weight, right? And walk for a certain distance under it, and whatever, right? It's to save people. Like It's not there to, firefighters aren't just there so they can feel good about themselves, right? They're there to literally help people in case of fire. So when it comes to like jobs like that, right? Well, there are requirements. And if you can fulfill the requirements, I don't really care what gender you are. That goes on either side. I don't care what your height is. I don't care what your race is. I don't care. If you fulfill the requirements, you should be able to do the job. But now we have other jobs. Like you said, garbage men. Okay.
Mhm.
Nobody wants to be a garbage man. And that's why garbage men, people who pursue that as a career, it doesn't take them long to actually get to like the top of the ladder, quote unquote, and they make oodles and oodles and oodles. They are super rich, right? They're crazy rich. And then within it, like one generation, they're wealthy as hell. So, you know, should women do those jobs if they want to? But honestly, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of women doing jobs like that. Not just because of the ick factor and because no one likes smelling like garbage and everyone will if you're working in garbage. But also because women's sense of smell is stronger than men's, especially if you've had children. But women's sense of smell is stronger than men's, and women's gag reflex is stronger than men's. There's a lot of things that women have that would make them not ideal for being garbage people, so they're less
But
likely to do it.
yeah,
Hmm?
but with feminism, there's more and more modern women doing these jobs. The other day, I just saw a woman doing construction. She had one of those drills, which, by the way, I heard is really, really bad for your back. And she was drilling in the ground. I'm like, wow, really? Like,
Hey,
I, I don't think that's a good look for a woman to be doing that job. She should find a job that's more feminine, maybe working in the office or, maybe if she has kids, maybe she can stay home. I don't know, but doing that kind of work for a woman is just not ladylike.
well, let's be honest though, right? Most of the women who are going to pursue stuff like that are not trying to be ladies. Right? Even if they're straight, right? Even if they like men, they're not trying to be ladylike to begin with. Let's also be honest about something else. Okay. I know I'm about to make a whole lot of enemies right now. Love y'all. Okay. But you know what? Listen, there's not there's a lot of men who are also not cut out for that kind of work, right? And so in this case, then we have to look at, well, is the woman's standard for femininity that she take or do these types of tasks less than the man that she's with? Because what if she just happens to be good at physical manual labor type things and he's not? Because you know what, he's a science genius but he doesn't do the labor stuff, right? Well, does that mean now she's just got to do even less than he does because he's the man, so he's got to be the physical one? Could we not have a world, right, where relationships and marriages are about balance, right? And so while your man, who's not the physical one, who's not good at the physical labor stuff and whatever, he's always using his mind deep in the research and whatever, and he's about to get a Nobel Prize and shit. And hey, you're the physical one. You're the one who mows the lawns and does whatever because that's your joy, right? It's not your joy. I understand that, right? It's not your joy, but everything ain't for everybody, and everyone ain't for everybody. But there's going to be people out there who aren't going to be down, men who aren't going to be down to do the physical stuff. They should be looking for women who complement them. And
Mhm.
complimenting them is not doing even less than they do, so that way even less gets done in the house. Like I personally think it's about y'all being able to be strong where the other is weak, and vice versa.
I don't know. Well, Shaka Nulu got a point. He says all the jobs are available. Certain requirements got to be dumbed down just for women to get in. What do you
Yeah,
think
I
about
disagree.
that?
I disagree with them doing that. Right? Like again, I think it's wrong inherently, very wrong and dangerous for them to have changed the physical requirements for being a firefighter, for example, in order for you like to allow more women in. Because the whole point of being a firefighter is you're there to help other people, and you can't actually, like, what are you going to do? Be like, okay, so we're going to send the men and women in pairs, and the women you only pick up the children and small women, and then the men, like, no, you're supposed to be able to deadlift like 200 pounds or whatever it is, right? And so I think it's wrong for them to do that. I think it's wrong for them to have kept women out altogether and say, well, no, I'm sorry, you're a woman. There's no way you could rise to the occasion. No, you should give them the opportunity. And if they can rise to the occasion, if they can meet those requirements, they should be allowed in, right? And if more women want to be these things that have these physical requirements, well, then they need to work harder, don't they? Right? Because there are women, I know women who can bench press like 400 or 500 pounds, right? And deadlift like 280. I know these women. There's some of them are online too, right? So it's not like women can't work up to that level if they really, really want to. It's not as easy for them. It's not natural, but if they want to, if that's what you want to be, you should be willing to work for it. We shouldn't have to change the standards and just hope that doesn't kill people to make, to make your feelings not be hurt because you're a woman. I don't know. What do you think, Mel?
Oh, man, I don't. I just don't think that women should do men's jobs, period. I think it should go back to the way it used to be, where women had certain jobs, men have certain jobs. And it's the same thing with the LGBTQ community. Like, it's the same thing. How do you feel about men playing in women's sports? Do you think that's fair? Just because,
Um,
wait,
See,
let me
this
just
is
say this. I'm sorry, let me finish.
okay.
I'm just
Go
going to
ahead.
finish
Go
real
ahead.
quick. I'm saying just because they can play women's sports, does that mean they should?
I don't think that I think we need to have this discussion in a separate arena than this particular discussion because there's a lot more to it than biology. Yeah, I know. You're like, no, there's not. That's just what it is. It's X and X, Y, Ruby, right? But no, there's not. There's a whole bunch of other details, including when did you transition, including, for example, well, your XY genes, but you have an intersex condition. Because honestly, trans people and intersex people have been playing in the opposite gender, shall we say, sports, and including the Olympics, for decades and decades and decades. It's actually been something that has been ongoing and happening, right? We only end up talking about these things whenever there's one that looks very obviously the opposite gender, right? The people who look like they put on a wig and that's about it. Or people who are just massively stronger, faster, whatever, and then they're trans. Those are the only times that we tend to have this discussion, but I think that it's a lot more than just I don't think that it's as quite as simple as what we're talking about here with like actual jobs and just that. I think it's more than that.
Yeah, no, you're right, but I think it's kind of like the same concept. It's like stay in your role. Just because I don't want to say the words, the T word, because I don't know if I can say that, but just because you're T, don't mean you can use the women's bathroom or work women's jobs or play women's sports. And I saw this article where they were saying that they were letting the little boys, the T boys, play with little girls, and the little girls were getting hurt because of it. You know what I mean? Just like a woman can get hurt for working a man's job or doing things men do. I think it should just stay with what you're doing. Like, you be a woman, you be dainty, you be feminine, you be girly, you be a man, you be hard, you be masculine. I think it should just stay
Yeah,
there.
but see, here's why that argument doesn't work. First of all, because if you look at, for example, just black children versus non-black children, right? Women and men, we have different musculature, we're stronger musculature. And so in general, if we're going to use that rule, right, then we would also have to not allow black girls to play with white girls because inherently, even before puberty, they are actually stronger. I know this from experience. I grew up with a bunch of white kids. And trust me, I was. I used to go beat up like kids who were like 3, 4 years older than me in my grade school when I was second and third grade because I would hurt the kids who were my age. I was taller than them and bigger than them. I was so much stronger. I beat up grade 6 boys instead. And I was still stronger than most of them. Right. So we have to understand that there are inherent differences, not just based on gender, but also based on race, also based on genetics, because again, most of us, right? We have a lot of admixture. When I say us, I mean Black people, descendants of slavery. We have a lot of admixture, which means at any given time, right, our musculature might be Black or it might be that 10% German of us. So I think there's a lot more to it than we're trying to make it. And like I said, like honestly, the only person in the world who's 100% pure estrogen, okay, it's people who have a disorder called androgen insensitivity syndrome, and those people are
Hmm.
born XY, and yet they're pure estrogen, pure female organs, musculature, everything pure. Right? We have androgens, right? Everyone does. You have a balance of estrogens and androgens. So again, I think that it's a more complicated issue. That's why I'm like, I think we should speak on it as a separate, or under a different umbrella, because I think that it's different than talking about, hey, listen, you born a woman, you know you a woman, you want to be a woman, but you're also out here demanding, for example, that the army changes admission laws and rules and regulations, so that way it's way easier for you to meet the requirements, right? I think that's a different discussion.
Well, I was
And
going to ask you, how do you feel about women in the military?
um, I think same thing. I mean, it comes down to this, right? I think they have men in the military. Okay, I'm gonna start with men. They have men in the military who maybe aren't the finest physical specimens, right? But their brain and what they can give to the military, as far as computer sciences and stuff like that, right, is invaluable. Right? I think that the military is supposed to be taking the best and the brightest, in a variety of categories, depending on what arm of the armed forces you're going into. If you want to go into the Marines, then you should be able to again meet the requirements for the Marines. Um, it should be based on pure meritocracy. I don't care if you're a man, I don't care if you're a woman, I don't care if you're 18, I don't care if you're 40. I don't care. There's regulations for a reason, and you should be able to meet. If you cannot meet those standards, you shouldn't be let in. That is the way I see it. Now, I understand that that's not the way things are. I'm not saying that's the way things are, y'all. What I'm saying is, in my opinion, that's how it should be. I don't really have an issue. If a woman just happens to be really physically strong or whatever, she's always excelled in that area and she wants to apply, cool, go ahead for that. If she's brilliant in the computer sciences and programming and something else that would make her very valuable as a brain for the military and they want to recruit her for that, cool, then let her do that. You know what I mean? Sit behind the computer screens with the other eggheads, right? But I think that, and this is why I said I believe in a meritocracy. I think that, things have a definition and have standards for a reason. If you can't meet the standard, what are you doing there? Right? Like why do you even want to do this thing if you can't meet the standard? It doesn't make any sense.
I get you. All right, so I guess that same question goes back to me.
Mm-hmm.
I I think it depends on what you're doing in the military. Like I think they have duties that women can do. That's less work, that's probably sitting at a desk doing something or, something that's not physical. I think that's fine for a woman. But when you have a woman out there on the front lines fighting, I don't think I don't think that should be.
Mm.
So that's my take on that.
Now, let me ask you a question though. Do
Mhm.
you care? Is it just a gender thing for you? Like, what if you got, a dude, buddy, right? He's 5'3", right? And he's not particularly strong or muscular, right? But he really wants to be a Marine super bad, right? Do you care? Like, does it matter that he's shorter, he's not strong enough, and whatever? Because well, he's male, so he should be out there on the front lines, or are
No,
there other standards for you?
well, no, because like you said, he don't meet the requirements, but he's still a man. Like they have other things for him, just like they'll have other things for women. Because women are small and women are short, so they'll have other duties for her. They'll probably have something for him. Maybe he'll be security somewhere or something like that. He's not going to be out on the front lines. And women aren't big and strong like that either, so they definitely wouldn't be out on the front lines. I think they should keep the front lines for men who's big and built and can handle it.
Mm, okay, I think that's fair. I mean, I think the same thing. But I just don't put men in there because there are some women who are big and strong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
There are.
No,
There are, right?
no, You're right. There are women that's big and strong, but they're still women. At
Mm-hmm.
the end of the day, I don't care how big you are, how strong you are, you're still a woman. A woman. You'll never be as strong as a man. You'll never be stronger than a man. You can,
Yeah, but
Ruby. I think. Okay, go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead. I want to hear you. I want to hear you argue this one out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that even if you're a big, strong woman and a skinny, scrawny man was to fight you, he can still win. He'll still probably beat you up because he's a man.
Okay. But, and now here's the important part, right? When we say this, men are stronger than women, we are talking about averages, right? We're talking about on average, right? Men are stronger than women on average, period.
Mhm,
And generally, what we are also thinking about, let's be honest, right? We are thinking about the fact that on average, men are taller than women, right?
mhm,
And their shoulders are broader, and therefore they have more upper body strength than women, right? Um,
mhm.
and so we're also thinking that even if you put, though, to a man and a woman who are the same height, or maybe the woman is within like a few inches taller than the man, right? That again, because of that, upper body strength that's different in the way that we're built, but okay, he's gonna generally be stronger. Generally. But
What you said the man's gonna be stronger? I'm sorry, I
the
didn't
man's
catch
gonna
that.
be stronger. Yes, the
Okay,
man's
correct,
generally gonna be stronger. Okay,
correct.
but see, that's why I said that's on average, right? On average, that's absolutely true. But when the army is not like on average, it's these individual people are being evaluated. So if individuals are being evaluated, right, then you're evaluating for that type of strength based on these tests. And there are going to be men who don't make the cut and can't pass those tests. And there are going to be women who can, right? So the women who can pass those tests are stronger than the men who can't, right?
Yeah, but she's still a woman. I can't explain it. Like,
You
well,
gotta explain this because you
okay,
say
okay,
what?
okay. I'm gonna try to explain it. I'm gonna try. I kind of have a problem sometimes explaining things, but I'm gonna try to explain what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so Donald Wayne Carroll said, short men are strong, height has nothing to do with it. And that's what I mean. Just because a man is short and scrawny looking, he still has the strength of a man. Men were built a certain way. It don't matter how many muscles they got or whatever. If a skinny, scrawny man that's shorter than me was to punch me in the face and I'm way taller than him and stronger than him, I guarantee you my jaw would probably be broken. It doesn't matter. A man's strength is always going to be more than a woman's,
I
regardless.
disagree. I disagree.
Okay,
Um,
so why?
because I've seen it.
Why?
Well, because I've seen the opposite. I've literally seen, with my own actual physical eyes, not just including me fighting. I was like, yes, yo, I told y'all if you don't know me, I used to brawl. Okay, I came from a city where that's how you resolve problems. Okay, this is before these young people 10 years later started stabbing everybody and shooting everyone. Right before that, though, we were brawlers. That's how you resolve a problem. You fight. Okay, men, women, children. That's how you resolve problems. And likewise, there was a rule, right? So if you're a woman, right, and you want to fight a man, you have to hit him first. You have to, because you have to give him that permission, right? It's like, if you put your, because the way it was, right, we didn't have those rules. It's like, oh, men don't hit women. That's not what it is, right? Men don't initiate hitting women. That was really our rule. So if you wanted to physically fight a man, you had to hit him first. Because everyone got to see you hit him first, therefore you can't call the police on him now and call it assault, right? So anything he does afterwards is just him defending himself. And so I've seen men and women fight, right? And I've seen some men who were shockingly, surprisingly strong, right? They didn't even have to like swing; they just could hold women in place that thought they were strong. And I've seen women demolish two, three guys at a time, right? And again, this is why I said, on average, I agree with you. But as individuals, that's not necessarily true. We do have variation, right? We have, it's just like how we have variation in boob size and hip to waist, hip. I can't do it that way. Waist to hip ratio, and bum size. We vary in the way we are built as women. Well, men vary too, right? And not all men are going to be, superior physical specimens. I mean, are
Mhm.
they generally stronger than women anyway? Yes, right. But there's women who are very strong that would be, on average with men. Or so when I was 17, 16, 17, 17, 17, I ended up I was in an MMA competition, and
Mm-hmm.
I just blew through the women because I trained with men. So I blew through the women. Like, it was stupid how fast I blew through them. And me, my boyfriend at the time, and my coach, who actually is now part of the UFC. But anyway, or he was at least at one point. I was really excited when he made it. But anyway, um, we all petitioned for me to be able to fight in the featherweight competition of the men, which I also won. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, right now, there's also technique. So it's not just brute strength. You also have technique that can come into play. And technique is often how smaller, shorter guys get one over on taller, stronger guys, right? Because they're faster, maybe they're more agile, and they have more technique because they have to, because they know they've got to compensate for less strength. So I think that, it's not this always case. I mean, sometimes people are mentally weak too. Let's be real. Do you remember, Melody? Did you see? Y'all might remember this. I know for sure, Shar, DeAndre remember this one. But okay, did you see the thing? And it was like this dude. It's like he was trying to run away from home, run away from his baby mama. Okay, and he was
Mm-hmm.
this skinny, 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 skinny dude. Really, really skinny dude.
Mm-hmm.
And his baby mama came to get him at the train station. And she was huge. Like, width wise, she was probably about five of that boy. Okay. And she was a huge light skinned girl. And she was just manhandling him. Oh my God. It was so embarrassing. Like, how he
Well,
was just being manhandled by this woman. Now, part of it is her weight. There's no way, it would have been harder for him to manhandle her because she's like four times his weight. But also, you could see it was mental. Mentally, he wasn't that strong. Mentally, he was already beat up and threatening to throw himself on the train tracks and whatnot, right? So we know she manhandled him. We don't know if he could have fought back physically or not, because mentally he was already broken. So I think there's a bunch of different factors when we're evaluating strength. I do.
yeah, but the reason why she was manhandling him is because he didn't want to go to jail. Believe me, that's why he let her do what she was doing. Because pretty much, if that man wanted to, he can break her jaw, okay, and have that lady crying on the ground. Trust me. So I don't
Um,
think I really don't think it was because her weight. I don't.
Melody is surrounded by some tough dudes, okay? Melody is a beautiful young woman, okay? So I think Melody has always attracted a certain level of man into
You're
her
beautiful too.
orbits. Okay? But see, this is gonna sound weird, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Theoretically, I'm beautiful. I'm not listen. I'm not trying to toot my own horn or nothing.
But
Okay,
you are.
but okay, cool. But I was always one of the boys with most of the guys who knew me, grew up with me, spent 10 minutes with me in a bar. Um, like, I was just one of the boys, and it wasn't like I, I just like, the people who dated me saw me as, like, a woman, right? But like, a lot of guys just didn't. I was just one of the boys. I don't know what. Like, I remember those times like we'd be sitting around, and it's like we would come up with like an idea for a music video because some of my boys would rap or whatever, and be like, okay, yeah, but we need a chick for that. I'd be like, I'm a chick, and they would look at me confused for a second and be like, no, we need a real chick. That's like, what do you mean real? Right? I've got all the goods. What are you talking
Hmm.
about real? They're just like, I just don't count it. Like, they almost don't, like, they just didn't see me. So I think that I evaluate myself slightly differently for that reason, because men tended to evaluate me slightly differently. Like, there was girls who were real girls. Like, they were like, no, those are the women. Those are the women folk. You treat women folk a certain way. And then there was Ruby. Like, I was just one of the dudes. I
Right.
was just one of the boys who's coming, right? Like, when the girlfriends stay home, and I was like, oh, girlfriends are staying home. Okay, I'll stay home. And like, I would get a call from my man a couple hours later, like, yo, everyone wants you to come out. They're really upset you stayed home. I'm like, but the girls are staying home. They're like, you're not one of the
Right.
girls, right?
You
You
boy.
politic, you cool. Yeah, so I
Right.
don't know. So
Right.
So I'm a little different that way. But no, as a result, I think that's why I've had so many different discussions with guys who have various different strengths, weaknesses, and insecurities and fears about those strengths and weaknesses, right? And it's like guys who have literally come to me in secret and ask like how can they up their upper body strength and so on and so forth. And some of them I'm like, listen, I can, no disrespect, but I'm looking at you, you don't have your full grown man body yet, right? Just remember, men keep physically developing until they're 30 or so, right? That's when men tend to get their full blown grown man body, is around 30. And until then they're still developing into full grown men
Mhm.
physically. So some of them don't get that physical boost where their shoulders suddenly spread and their musculature finishes, developing, and they get that grown man strength, right? Until they're like 29 and a half, right? And some get it at 18, 19, right? And so I've had that conversation. I've been like, dude, you're 22. You know what I mean? You still feel like a little boy. You just gotta wait, right? Really, I mean, you
Mhm.
can do push-ups and whatever. You're still gonna look like a 17-year-old who did a lot of push-ups, right? Like you gotta wait until the full man grown body thing comes in, and then you'll see that difference, right? And then some of them they never got it. They just never get it. I swear to God, they never get it. And it's like, yo, both of us are trying to lift the couch. Why is my side so much higher than yours? Right? Because they never worked on their muscles a day in their lives, and they let them wither away, atrophy. I don't know what, but some of them, some of them are weak.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Melody. Some of them are weak. No, no, I'm not saying all of them. I'm not even saying a lot of them. I'm just saying some. I'm just
you're
saying
saying
some.
some of them, yeah,
I'm saying
that's
some.
that's your opinion. That's what you saw. But from what I saw, I don't care how weak and small you are, you're still a man. So that's my argument. But I'm gonna get to these super chats. Thank you so much, Demetrius. He says, "You want to read that one?"
Okay, so Deidre says, you must have never seen a woman choke a dude before, or a group of women jump a dude in a parking lot. I never underestimated them since. Thank you.
Oh, he's on your side with that one.
Bro, I had this friend, okay? T. I'm gonna call her T. And I swear to God, about once a month, because we all used to take the public transportation home in high school, right? And we all
Hmm.
had to stop at this mall that's say like 5, 10 minutes away from my house, and then we all got on separate buses to get home. And about at least once a month, at least we would see the police fall over the mall, and we'd be like, "Oh God, who did T beat up now?" I swear that's what it was. Who did T beat up now? And honestly, you wouldn't have known she was a chick except she had like double J boobs. Okay. But other than that, like the way she dressed, the way she looked, everything, and the way she fought, you know,
So
she
she
is
was,
one of them girls. If she punched you in your jaw, it's going to break.
so she
And she
was
would
beating
hurt.
up grown men. She was beating up grown men.
Grown men, grown young men, at least we'll say grown young men who decided to take some issue because she took a hella issue with a lot of things, right?
Hmm.
And then so now she's beating the hell out of one of the dudes. So now his friends want to jump in and be like, "Yo, who the hell does this B think she is?" And they're gonna stomp her down. Oh, that was a bad idea. They shouldn't have jumped in, and she will just demolish all of them. So now,
Ruby, it don't
yes,
count
sir.
because they're Canadian men. Let's
What?
be clear.
Jokes.
You would say that? Okay, fine. Maybe Canadians are different. I can't say they're not different, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're freshies from I don't know where, and
From
they just went
Canada.
tough
Yeah.
enough. No.
So you're saying Canadian men are just weak.
I'm saying that they're different. I'm
They're
just leaving it
different.
at that. I'm saying that they're different.
And why do you say
Demetrius is
that?
from America though, and Demetrius has seen it too. Okay, so it's not it's just not us Canadians. Okay.
And
No,
thank
but
you.
Ruby, I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
listen, there's a lot psychologically going on. Like
Mhm.
when you have a man on woman fight, we never give you our full Super Saiyan force ever. Especially you. You know, I've seen you cam up. You're pretty enough, and from what you tell me, you got the tig bitties. I mean, listen, the we are more prone to beat the hell out of an ugly chick. We don't want to beat that pretty off of a chick. Therefore, there's reluctance in dealing with women like you. Plus, they're trying to cop a feel. Therefore, I don't think you can really call it a fair fight.
But you know what? I agree with you
There
to
you
an
go.
extent. I know I do. I agree with you to an extent. And this is why I said I have literally had the experience more than once of being held completely still. Uh,
Yeah. Because
Mostly
they're
by my
not
man at the
actually
time, but
trying
still.
to give you a severe prison dude on the street beating. They're not.
Right.
So you
Right.
can't really say that you are matching their full energy. They don't have their full energy. They don't want to fight with a hard on. So let's not pretend like you're meeting them like they would fight your brother.
Well, see, but this is okay. Part of the issue, though, I think, with what you're talking about, and I agree with you, right? To an extent, I do. I have a little pushback for it, but I think part of the reason why that is true also is because men tend to hold back. I think in general, when they're fighting anybody, until they actually feel a real threat to their well-being or safety,
This
right?
is true.
So right? So they might swing in anger. They might swing, to correct some behavior over there. But it's until they actually really feel threatened or like they're really going to be in danger. I don't think they really put their full force into anything.
No, true. However, we put less force into hitting women than we do into hitting men. And we put less force into hitting attractive women than we do into hitting ugly women. So yes, there's limits to it. I'm saying that for a reasonably attractive woman, we turn the dial down to like 1, and 100 is our max. That's what I'm saying. You're fighting 1% of a man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I agree with that most of the time. Although, again, there's a difference between this Ruby here, right? And the Ruby I'm talking about from my Brawler days. Because again, like, the guys my age didn't even see me as a woman. Like pure and simple, they didn't even see me as a girl. I was not, if I didn't intentionally go for older guys who were already over certain, fast and flashy type things in women, I probably would have stayed single until I was like 21 because I was just not seen. I was not seen as a girl. Worse because of the way I dressed and no makeup, the way I carried myself and whatever. I didn't really carry myself necessarily like a woman, the way I walked, the way I just did things, right? Like almost everything. Like when we were on the panel yesterday, Chantel was talking about a bunch of stuff that old school Jamaicans tell you what you got to do, but sitting with your knees pressed together and stuff. I made sure I went out of my way to do the opposite of those things, right? Like from
So
as
you
soon
just
as
spread
someone
it
would tell me
open?
I had to do it. Oh yeah, I had the man
Spread it.
sprawl. Are you kidding me? Yo, you need to tell me
Ruby
I
was
had to sit with my
busting
knees
it
closed.
open.
Yeah, I was just so rebellious for nothing. I really was. Right. So I'm like, the person that I am now is the way I, carry myself is different. And I noticed when I started trying to make that change, including being less violent and aggressive in my early 20s and stuff, right? The way I was approached and seen and everything was completely different. Right. Versus
Still a
when I
woman,
was
Ruby.
16, 17.
It's,
Hmm?
it's, it, you're still a woman. Listen, we had one of those, and she was Jamaican too. She didn't look like you, but she was all like, she was one of those bruised knuckle chicks. She used to bully my sister and everything like that. We had one of those. I mean, I'm pretty sure every neighborhood has a Jamaican bully chick.
I had one. I'm
However,
not gonna lie. She used to, Ruby, she used to climb through the window. Me and
Oh,
my friend, I have a friend who's mixed, half white. And we was in a house. She climbed through the window, stole her Jordans, took my earrings on some Debo shit. So yeah,
wow.
and she
Oh,
every time I saw her, I made sure I took my earrings off. The girl was, it was bad. It was really bad. So
that's
yeah, I had
terrible.
one of those too. She looked like a pit bull. She was horrible, you know?
Oh my God. Okay,
and
we
that's the
weren't that
thing.
extreme.
Because she looked like a pit bull, Melody, because she looked like a pit bull, she didn't mess with men. Because men don't have any problem smacking a pit bull around. I'm not saying that she would get like 100% of the strength, but she would get more than Ruby. That's what I'm saying. You know, they
Mhm.
they they know who they can mess with, and they know that they can't mess with the rank and file man and boy. That's just the way we're built.
Okay, so
Now,
let me
as
real quick.
go for it.
I'm sorry. Oh no, you weren't finished. Go ahead.
No, not finished. She was gonna read super chat.
Yeah. Thank you, Game Changer. We appreciate you. He says
Yes.
kitchen and bedroom. What do you mean by that?
Well,
Yeah.
that's so these are because you're talking about jobs. These are the primary places in jobs that are always hiring, and we need more women in it. There aren't enough women in the kitchen and the bedroom. You see, I don't really care about their aptitude. Let's be clear. I don't really care about their aptitude. It's like the draft, Ruby. You see, when the draft is out, it's because there is a deficit. There is a need for fighting men, and there aren't enough willing fighting men to fill in the void. Now there is a need for kitchen and bedroom women, and there aren't enough Western women to fill the void. Therefore, we have to draft you, and we don't care what you were before. Just like they didn't care that Muhammad Ali was the champion of the world before. They need him in Vietnam. That's how that works. See, I don't care if you have like 180 IQ and you want to be a doctor or something. We need more women in kitchen and bedroom. That's it. I understand that you are capable, that women are capable of great things, but there is nothing greater than the things that are done in the kitchen and the bedroom collectively throughout the West. And until that void is filled, I'm sorry about the other talents. If you cannot fulfill these talents from the kitchen and bedroom and or do both, then that's just it. I'm sorry, but this is a job that only a woman can fill.
Yeah, but you know what though, and I agree with you. But at
Yeah.
the same time, right? In this day and age, right? I'm just saying this as a wife already, right? Um, what I'm doing in the bedroom, the kitchen, if that's all I did, I would be severely inadequate as a wife, as a support system,
No, you
as
wouldn't. You would
a
be
caretaker.
adequate.
No, I would. No, I wouldn't. I'm telling
No,
you.
no,
I'm
no.
saying.
But
I'm
see,
talking
here's the
about my
thing.
actual life.
But see, here's what I'm getting at. I don't mind you doing the other stuff as long as you do your stuff in kitchen and bedroom. I don't
Right? No,
care
I
about
hear
the
you.
Yeah. I
I know.
don't care about the other stuff you do. What I'm saying is, a woman can do stuff. She can fly to the moon as long as she makes it back in time for dinner. Look, I don't care about the other stuff as long as it don't take them out the kitchen and the bedroom. That's my point.
Okay. No,
Now,
I
far too
I
many
hear
women
you.
are trying to take jobs and careers that take them out the kitchen and bedroom, and we can't have that. We can't have a functioning society where women are out the kitchen. My grandparents' house, the kitchen got a door on it. They don't even make houses where the kitchen got a door on it anymore. Now women are just looking out and getting ideas. So we need to.
Wow.
Well, maybe they make them like that in Canada, but no, like most places, like mine, the kitchen,
Oh
like
my.
you could see the dining room from the kitchen. There's no door. You see it right over the sink. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Mine don't have a door either.
Oh,
GC.
see, that's what I'm saying. They're doing that to brainwash women so they could get ideas and stuff.
That is not why.
To get at what kind of
Then
idea?
why did they change the architecture? My grandparents' house was
They
built like in the 50s.
yeah, they changed design and architecture.
Exactly. With feminism, they changed it so women start looking out and thinking thoughts and getting
Bro,
ideas.
how are you going to interrupt my sentence and finish it with with that?
All
No.
right, go for it.
Listen.
Go for it. They
No.
changed it. Go ahead.
They changed architecture, right, based on a variety of factors. One of the reasons why doors and that walled off thing no longer needed to be a necessity, we're actually, it's twofold. Number one, it has to do with what we're actually cooking with, and the fact that we have range hoods now. But number two, the other thing had to do with the size of our houses and what's the word I'm looking for? Space economy. Because putting a wall and doors somewhere, right? The amount of space that's taking out of an already often small space for those of us who are buying these new houses that have been built since the 90s, right? It actually doesn't make any sense. It limits the amount of floor space that you have and whatever. So they came up with this open concept thing, right? So that way they could sell us much smaller places for much more money.
So it's trickery.
Everything is always trickery, of course. It's right. It's capitalism, of course. It's trickery, right? But it doesn't. And here's the thing, right? Because like in the house that I grew up in, right, my mom's house, right. There's a wall, but it's like a half wall between the kitchen and the living room, and actually it makes it more likely that you're going to stand in the kitchen for longer and want to stay in the kitchen for longer to do anything because while I'm standing at the sink, right, to do dishes or do whatever, or I could stand, on that counter space and cut stuff up and whatever. I can still see the TV and I can still interact with the people in the living room.
What
So
the
it
heck?
actually makes it more desirable to stay in the kitchen, and do stuff, because you're not going to be like missing out on, the family get together or watching the match with the guys or whatever it is, if you're inside the kitchen taking care of stuff at the same time. So
Why
it
are you
actually
watching the
has been
match with the
beneficial.
guys? Like, this is taking you off of your kitchenly duty. See, this is what I'm talking about.
It could be anything. It doesn't.
Huh?
It could be watching anything, like just daily, whatever. Right? No, because the reason why I brought up watching a match with the guys is because, like, when anyone comes over to my house, generally, and I host something, I'm always cooking. And one of the things that I do when there's a match is I'm making a new round of chicken wings with different flavor, different dipping sauce, fresh, from scratch, right, for every round of the fight. Right. So I'm constantly coming out with new stuff. And it's so much better than feeling very isolated and you're kind of like out of place. And my friends are there too, my family or whatever, but I can't interact with anyone. I just feel like I'm really alone. This is what drives people to go and buy the craft version of everything, just pop it in the oven. So that way they don't have to miss out. But I don't have to miss out. I can still do all of that and still be part of the party. So
Well,
that's why I
I
brought that up.
mean, as I understand, why aren't the other wives in the kitchen with you?
Well, at the time, there were no other wives. We were a lot younger. And because I mean, I wasn't even married at the time at the time that I'm talking about, that I'm referring to. I wasn't even married at the time. I was just dating, right? Me and my husband were just dating. I've just always been like that. I've been like a person who does stuff like that if I'm dating you, in
Well,
general. So,
well, their dates should be in the kitchen with you, right?
yeah, if they had dates, generally not.
And that's
Generally,
what I mean when I say that, Ruby. There
yeah.
aren't enough women in the kitchen.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
if they
mean.
were there,
That's
I
why you
wouldn't like.
feel
If
alone.
my
That's
friends
why
are
you
over, I
feel
say
alone
no.
in the kitchen, because there
Yeah,
aren't
but
enough women. And so I'm saying that society needs to be restructured in order to get more women in the kitchen, period, and in the
yeah.
bedroom.
See,
Well,
It's
but you
not
know
going
what? Though
to
you have
work
to
for
have
us.
skill. I don't want someone. Listen, I'm very good. I'm very, very good. I'm also very efficient. So generally, like even when my mom comes over, right? And obviously, I wouldn't know how to cook without my mom. But when she tries to help, I tell her to go sit down. First of all, because again, my kitchen is a box in comparison to these old school giant kitchen. My kitchen is not big enough that several people can move around the countertops comfortably, right? And not just be in each other's way constantly, first of all. Second of all, though, is I'm efficient. So I set things up in such a way that, I'm not taking any extra time. And yet I'm getting everything done all at once because I'm just used to preparing stuff myself. And I always preparing extravagant stuff for, because it's a Tuesday. So, I generally don't really want the help in the kitchen. That's me. I don't really want the help in the kitchen. Maybe if I had more space, it would be another thing. Maybe if it
mhm.
was someone who was fantastic at something I'm not, that would be another thing. But generally, I don't really want the help either, though. So I mean, I hear what you're saying in general as an individual, because, like, when my husband goes to work, right, everyone, all of the guys, a lot of them are married, look longingly at his lunches, right? And they're like, where'd you get that from? What'd your wife make you this time, right? And they're all like enviously staring over at his delicious lunches while they're eating their sandwich, right? That they made themselves. It's like their peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So, like, I agree with you. I think women, I have no idea why women don't know how to cook anymore, but I think that they definitely need to learn, right?
Well,
It's an
that's because they're
important,
pursuing
valuable
more
thing.
masculine endeavors. Listen, I don't mind the meritocracy that you're talking about, but I
Mhm.
think that certain things are being unrightly and disproportionately encouraged for
Okay.
women to get out of the kitchen and stuff like that through media, shows like Sex in the City and stuff like that. That is something I'm against. I think that were it not for that encouragement, women will take their natural place like Melody, and we will have them where they belong. Because, and once again, I don't even mind women having careers and stuff like that, as long as they understand that they have a primary duty to kitchen and bedroom. That's their
Right.
primary. And if they want to be firefighters or astro women or something like that, then that's perfectly fine as long as they fulfill their primary duty.
Well, before we go on, Ruby, let's take turns reading the super chats. You can, I guess
Okay.
you read this one.
Okay. So this one is from Sun is Hot Raw, says, and it's $10. Thank you very much for that.
Thank
Two
you,
men
thank you.
fight, right? Two men fight, everybody gets scared because we know what could transpire. Women don't want men to fight them like they would another man, because if men kill other men effortlessly, you've no chance. I think that's a fair point. I mean, that's exactly what Melody said, right? She's like, I don't want no man
Yeah.
touching me.
Well, so, how do you guys? Well, let's finish reading the super chats, and then I have another
Mhm.
question. We have Platinum up here, so I'll
Mm.
read this
Oh, okay.
one.
Hey,
Platinum is here. Hi.
Hello.
hey,
Let me just read
baby.
this. Hi, I miss you. But
Yeah, I
before we
miss
get
you too.
into
I ain't seen you
hi,
so long. I ain't heard
I
from you
know. All
in
right, but let me read
months.
this real
What
quick,
you? Okay.
and then we can get to you. The next one is Demetrius. He says, the dude, I don't want to date you. You're ugly. Her. Nigga, what you say to me? Smack. The dude gets knocked out. No, the dude only gets knocked out because he don't want the police called. That's what you guys don't understand. A man is a man. A man is stronger than a woman. I don't care if he's 4'8" and she's 6'7". If he punches her, that's it.
Yeah, but well, you know what
The
though? No, this
man.
is a valid point. If he goes down, he's got a glass jaw. We're not even talking about if he actually gets to stand up and then punches her. What would happen? We're saying that when she slapped him hard, he went down. That's a glass jaw. That's some weak stuff. Like
Mary,
it's a different argument.
Hi,
Mary
I'm here
J.
from Platinum.
Mary J. Blige. And we know, she's from the block and all the streets and stuff. She don't call the police on her man. He got that work messing with her. That dude, whatever his name was, that guy she was in a relationship with for about 10 years. Mary she worked that, bro. She worked that. She put hands on him, so she fought. Some women they'll stand in the paint and fight with you. If you that type of dude, you're abusive dude. It's some women that's their move. That's not a problem. They'll hold their own. They'll throw hands right with you.
You know what's
And
funny though? I threw
mm,
hands in the street, but in my abusive relationship, never put a hand on him ever. Never hit him back. Never put a hand on him first. Nope.
no,
I've never put my hands on someone in a relationship. Even though I used to fight in the street. So,
mm-hmm.
I
You
mean,
Well, I
used
not
to
don't know.
every
fight
woman's like
men,
that.
Ruby? You used to
Pardon?
fight men in the street? You used to fight men in the street?
It was probably not after like 16, 17. Like, and I would fight like dudes at my school on rare occasions. But I started growing out of that. But when I was a kid and young teen and whatever, yeah, I used to fight anybody. I didn't really care. It wasn't about a gender thing. It was about a respect thing. So
Ay,
But
ay, ay. I
Mary
never was
J.
a
Though,
fighter.
I
what
know
you
I
been
can
up?
tell.
What you been up to though, Melody?
Nothing much. I haven't been
I
streaming.
Yeah, I haven't
Um,
seen you in a long time. I saw you were live. I'm just not trying. I want to get in the way. I'm just saying hello. I saw you were live when on my sub thing. You were live. Hey, how you doing?
hey,
That's all.
you're never in a way. I gotta come to your streams too. I try not to go like too many places because a lot of drama, but I
Mm-hmm.
definitely gotta come support you though, because you be having the funny streams. I like your streams with the girls and everything, you
Yeah.
know.
You can hear it in his voice. He's got that voice that
You
that
you you
he
girly
likes some
girl too.
comedy.
You're Melody girly girl. But
Yeah,
I think Melody sound girly. I think Melody will throw them hands though. I think if a dude come at her the wrong way, she gonna
she's
cut him. She gonna hit him in the chin. He gonna catch the fade like Bow Wow. You know how Bow Wow caught that fade. I think he gonna catch the fade messing with Melody.
okay. Let me respond to that. No, I don't want to break my nail. I'm gonna tell you why, because
Mm-mm.
I don't want to break my nails. I spend a lot of money on my nails, and I've never broken a bone in my body. I feel like if I punch a man in the face, I might break my hand.
I don't believe
No,
you. I don't believe you,
Melody's
Melody.
soft. No, she's not the try Jesus, don't try me because I throw hands. That's not her. Okay,
Yeah,
that's me.
that's not me.
I'm the
That's
one.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruby
Okay.
ain't the one to mess with.
Yeah.
So let me
No,
ask you
if
guys.
it
Oh, go
takes a
ahead.
Okay.
lot. It takes a lot, but you got to trigger me. But see, I think Melody was really raised as ultra feminine. She was raised to be a protected feminine woman, and so she
Mm-hmm.
is, and that's still her mentality as an adult because it probably was her mentality as a girl. She's one of those girls in my class that would piss me off, and I go punch a grade 6 boy because it would be wrong and abusive to have punched her, even though we're the same age. Because I can just see she's made out of princess and sugar and spice and everything
She's
nice.
funny.
Melody's clearly her. Am I right? Am I right? I'm
No,
right, right?
you're definitely right. But it wasn't the men who tried to abuse me. It was the women growing up.
Oh yeah.
And I hate to bring this up because this is not the topic, but a lot of it was colorism. A lot of it was, because I was a little lighter. So, I
Well,
mean, I don't
yeah,
really want to go there, but
but that's why I fought. I mean, honestly, a lot of it was. That's why I did a lot of stuff in high school. I'm gonna be real. That's why I smoked weed. 'Cause I didn't even like it. It gave me a whole entire PTSD breakdown. But I smoked weed because otherwise you're not black. I swear to God, I was so susceptible to this stupid bullshit. Once race became and colorism became this thing, because it wasn't a thing to me growing up. I didn't understand until I got to like middle school, high school, and people started asking me which one of my parents is white and telling me I'm an Oreo and I'm whitewashed and I want to be white and whatever. So whatever I could do that didn't compromise my morals. Nope, smoking weed didn't compromise my morals, but pretending I was from the hood and I'm a gangster now, like everyone else did after 1997, that compromised my morals. I refused to do it. I refused to watch BET, but I smoked weed. I don't know. Point
right.
is though,
Well, there you
right?
go. Well, there you go.
Most of it
There
was.
you go. That's for
Do
you,
you
babe.
guys believe? Do you guys believe that there's a such thing as being too nice or too feminine?
Yes,
I like feminine
Really?
women.
I don't think
yes.
so.
Really?
I mean,
All right. So I want to hear
it is
both
a
of
such
y'all.
thing. It is bad for a man to be too feminine, but no, I don't think that there's I don't think it's possible for a woman to be too feminine.
Um,
Really?
yeah, because I believe that there is such a thing called toxic femininity, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but second of all,
I know.
you asked two questions at the same time. You asked if it's possible to be too nice and too feminine, right? So I think it's definitely possible to be too nice. I do also think that, right, and now the men might disagree, right? But for example, right, if a woman is so rested in her femininity as a wife, right, that she never learns how to balance a checkbook, never learns about the finances or the policies or whatever, because that's man business, and then her husband dies, and now she cannot take care of anything at all, right? To me, that is too feminine. You did not allow enough healthy masculine energy to come in order for you to at least have that basic knowledge to be able to take care of you and your family should anything bad happen.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. Um, yeah. Anybody
Yeah.
have anything to say about that? Because I never thought of it like that.
Yeah,
What
I
was the
don't know.
last thing you
Look,
said, Ruby?
Basically, what I said is this, right? There are women, not so much now, but definitely before, right? That were so rested and completely in their feminine energy that they never learned anything that would take masculine energy. So, learning how to balance a checkbook, learning about the finances, learning about insurance policies, learning about any of that. They didn't learn. That's the man's job. That's man business, right? They did not involve themselves with it. So, when their husband passed away suddenly, they were unprepared. They had
Okay,
no idea what to do to take care of themselves, their family, their household, the legacy, anything.
so here's the thing, like, and this is an extraordinary straw situation. You're basically creating a scenario where feminism was needed, and these were extraordinarily rare, where a woman was widowed and there wasn't a competent man available in the form of a future suitor or father, brother, uncle, son, even. These are extraordinary rare situation, and even then, society had safeguards against it, like welfare. It was just, it's just turned into something that's abused. But let's not pretend like the traditional family structure and work structure didn't work for over 90, the overwhelming percent of the population. It did. Of course, there was some outliers, and it wasn't really a nice time for a woman to be unattractive. But guess what? There's never has been a nice time for a man to be weak, incompetent, or stupid. Like life is just unfairly balanced. And in our attempt to balance out society, we have destroyed the family structure completely. I mean, things are not better now. Things may be better because you see some chick gyrating her gluteus maximus and minimuses. I've seen a couple of minimuses on YouTube and stuff like that, and they get
I'm
money for
sorry.
that.
Sorry. Sorry. I've seen some minimuses too. I'm sorry. You're hilarious. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm
Go
a funny
ahead.
man. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like it seems like it's better, but we all see the effects of empty kitchens and empty bedrooms. We've seen the children that are a result of empty kitchens and empty bedrooms. We've
Mhm.
seen it. It is not a good thing. The cure had more problems than the disease itself. And the disease itself was mild. Yeah, every now and again, some chick got smacked. And every now and again, some chick got widowed or something like that. We had safeguards.
That's a different question. You're answering a different question than I did. Because the thing is, right, I like everything that you said, I don't really disagree with. What I was talking about was whether or not it was possible to be too feminine. The thing is, we have to understand that, some things are literally driven by our masculine energy, right? Women do have a balance of masculine and feminine energy, whereby the feminine energy is supposed to be dominant and only grounded at all by the masculine energy, but there are some things that take masculine energy. And so to literally have none of that grounding and none of that connection, this is why I believe there is such a thing as toxic femininity, right? Because if you're just wildly in your emotions with no logical ability at all, no ability to emotionally self-regulate, right, and whatever, because you just that's toxic femininity.
No,
Even though we would be using, hold on, even if we're only using feminine traits and characteristics as far as her being wildly in her emotions and unable to control them. So she's just wildly crying, cannot control herself at all. She's so terrified and weak. And that's not healthy. That's not a good thing. There is such a thing as being too feminine. Now, that is not the same question as saying, oh, well, therefore was feminism a good thing? Like, they're not the same question.
okay. Here's the thing: you're creating like extraordinary straw women in order to justify a point. You're creating a scenario where a woman is dangerously feminine to where she's ignorant of all masculine things. Like she's just like a wandering around confused open vagina. It would be the equivalent to a man who is so masculine that he has lost all sense of compassion and reason and things like that. And he's incapable of nurturing or even loving children. Let's not do that. No. Woman's primary objective is to attract masculinity from an external source, i.e., me, Platinum, and the other brother down there. That is what she is built to do, not seek and try to depend on her own masculinity, because she shouldn't have much of it. And she shouldn't spend her life preparing for the worst case scenario. That's
What's
what these career chicks are doing.
No,
No,
they're not doing
I'm
that at
telling
all. They're
yes,
not
they
doing that at
are.
all.
Yes, they
No,
are.
they're
When you
not.
say, listen, when you say that they're doing this so they don't have to depend on a man because he might die
That's
of
not what I said.
syphilis, that's what you are implying.
No,
You're
that's not what I
saying,
said.
you're
No, I'm
saying,
not even implying that.
oh, crap.
No, I'm not
No,
though. See, I understand why it is that, again, because anytime I say anything that some feminist has said at the beginning of her little diatribe, people are like, see, you're supporting feminism, but I'm not. Right. So I'm not actually saying that at all. I don't even, and again, I know these modern women, the feminists who are running around saying, so I don't need no man. And da, 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 da. No, they aren't. All they're doing is living in and depending on their broken subconscious, their dysfunction, and their trauma, right? Which is not the same thing as being healthy and whole and self-actualized. It's not. And so therefore you're going to have a completely different perspective, right? People who are living constantly in their trauma and the worst thing that ever happened to them and the worst thing that ever happened to any woman they've ever known, right? Well, that is absolutely, yeah, because then now they're building straw women. I totally get the point that you're making about straw women. I'm not arguing that. I think I've seen a lot of that. I'm simply saying, right, because the question was not whether these days women are too feminine or not, or whatever. It was whether or not there is such a thing. I've seen it. I not in our community personally. I would say I've never seen it in a Black woman, but I've absolutely seen it. I've seen it in other races of women. So I was just addressing the question.
Well, before we go any further, it's your turn to read the super chat, Ruby.
Hey, it's RB RB.
Hi,
Thank you for
RV.
coming out. Yes, that's my uncle RB. What's up? He said, love you too. Proud of you. Take no prisoners. Hashtag
Oh,
RBRN. Aw, thank
thank
you,
you. We
RBR.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And Platinum with the heavy handed.
Damn.
We love this.
Wow. Why? Thank you,
Thank
sir. Oh my
you.
God. Woo.
We appreciate that. He says
Mhm.
for you, babe.
No,
Oh, thank you.
that's all for you, Melody. I never hit you since you've been monetized, and I finally caught you. You don't be live streaming no more, so I got you. So I hit you. I threw a 50 at you. That's for you, man.
She's
Oh, I
she's shadow banned,
appreciate you.
Flat.
Thank
You probably missed some
you.
streams.
Huh?
Yeah,
She's
No,
I'm
I
shadow
shadow
banned.
haven't.
banned.
Oh, well, me too. So join the
No, you're
club.
not. You be having like 400
Boy,
people in there.
oh, when? No,
Well, the last time I saw you, which was a long time ago,
yeah, there you go. There you go.
you still.
Google been told me, nigga, get your ass back to the projects. They've been put me back in the.
Wow.
They've been
Well,
put me back in the hood.
easy on the
Oh,
swears. Let's not do that
there you go.
again.
You're right. No
Yes.
potty mouth. You guys.
But
I
you know
got you.
what? When do you go live? So I can
Whenever.
know, like, what?
Whenever.
Oh, so it's
When?
whenever.
Yeah. I don't know. Whenever I feel like it.
I have to go looking for you. But
Mhm.
we really appreciate that. Thank you so
Oh
much.
no,
Yes.
my pleasure, babe.
Amazing.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy.
Amazing.
You and Google like it. Google like they 30% too. They like it too. So
And I appreciate everybody's super chat. I don't want to make it seem like, oh, platinum, I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can we address? I
Really
want to address
appreciate it.
something that Kate said.
What she said?
It's a little while up, but she just said, like, I don't even understand what the perspective is here. The perspective is no echo chambers. That is Via Melody's main objective and perspective. Is no echo chambers. So we're not going to have a discussion. Like, we are not going to host the panel here and have a discussion where we both agree. We're just not going to do it. We're only going to pick subjects where we do have differing opinions. So that way we can actually talk these things out and come to some understanding of the other side and really flesh out the arguments,
but
right?
though, but women, because we did a stream this morning,
Mhm.
and we were going looking at Essence magazines from the 70s, right? And a lot, it's funny. It's really funny when you do a lot of, like yourself, Melody, a lot of women born 1998, like they have no. It's like in the 70s, what Essence magazine was with the black love and it's black men and
Love
Billy
it.
D on the. Yeah, but no, it's totally different. It's a conduit for
Really?
feminism now. Well,
Oh.
the magazine is not. But I'm saying, like, you women are talking about femininity. The 70s femininity of the black woman was right there. That was a feminine, gorgeous, beautiful beast.
Beautiful.
But
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
The afros,
it's
the body.
nothing.
Yes.
It's nothing like that now. Look, you guys gluing hair. You want to be white women, and it's like totally different. It's crazy. They embraced those
Black
women.
beauty.
Yeah, they embraced it. They were proud of it. They were just beautiful, gorgeous. They were in shape, all in shape. They would cut their hair low. They were just gorgeous women. And now it's nothing like that now. It's crazy.
Well, you have to be honest.
And
Black women do carry in shape and thin better than other races. Not maybe all, but a lot of other races, just because of the way that we tend to be naturally built. Where even when we're a little smaller or more muscular, we still got the booty and the hips to waist kind of nice little shape going on. So,
We do, but 80% of us are overweight.
yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
lot.
who are we kidding?
It's a lot in
Like,
America. It's a lot. It's a
like,
lot.
I mean, see, here's how it's stated. Black women have the potential to, be more beautiful than all the other races. As Platinum was saying in the 70s, they definitely were, in my opinion. Of course, I'm a black man, but I think that other races of men did agree that, you couldn't beat Pam Grier. They didn't have a white chick out there that could, so, they pretty much knew that. I mean, but this is what happens when you take them out the kitchen and the bedroom. When they started looking for masculinity within through careers and things like that, instead of for looking for it without and attempting to seduce masculine men, this is the results. What we have now is the results, and it's far worse than what we had in the 70s, like Platinum said, and in the 50s, like what Melody said. It's
I
far
agree.
worse. You can't
I,
deny that.
I,
It was said was.
I disagree.
No, hold on for a minute, babe. Hold on, just 1 second. Just real. I'm gonna be real quick.
Go ahead, Flag. Go ahead.
take your time.
In my opinion, and you guys can go see the magazines
Mhm.
yourself. Black women really, really discount what they bring to the table because, like, right now, they're so busy with the IG thotting and trying to look like white women. When they in the 70s, they were like, hey, I'm black and I'm proud and I'm beautiful. They were. And it's like, what happened to those women? We don't see those women anymore.
Mm-mm.
When we go to the mall, we do not see that sister that's proud. You know, like we have women who are there. I've been attacked. You don't like our noses. I actually like your nose. I actually like your lips. But it's the way you presented it. You don't want to present it that way. You're so busy trying to look like a white woman. You discount what you naturally normally bring. And I'm serious, we don't see that. As a man,
No.
we don't see it. Game
Mhm.
changer don't see it. I don't see it. We used to see that when we went to our schools. We saw it in our teachers. When we went to the mall, we just saw black women who were proud to be black women. They don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
No-
black women are gorgeous. Like the ones that,
Oh yeah.
especially the chocolate ones. Like you ever seen them real chocolate
Yes.
African skinny ones with the big booties?
That's my mom actually
Gorgeous.
all day, all day. My mom is my standard of beauty though. So, other than myself, my mom is my standard of beauty. So, and that's exactly. She was short though,
Me
but other
too.
than that, that was her. She's thin, dark skin, big booty. And when she was like, when I was first born, so she's like young, but you know, she was super dark skin. And I was just like, oh my god, she's so gorgeous. That's why I'm so obsessed with like the darker the skin. I'm more obsessed
Yeah.
with that person's look because I think it's so gorgeous. So I absolutely agree with that. You know, and maybe we should do this discussion. We'll have to talk about it because you know we're gonna have lots of discussions. But you know when we're talking about this balance of energies, now I haven't had this full
Well, sure
on
thing.
analysis and discussion for a long time, but about 5 years ago, it was a long time ago. About 5 years ago, actually, after having the discussion on a BGS for Women panel, because BGS used to have the BGS for Women channel, and I remember he actually did a whole thing. He went and he found the information and whatever, a whole thing kind of explaining what happens when these energies get out of balance, and it explains exactly what's happening with you know our women today. And the thing is, we talk a lot about the effect of, you know, fathers not being in the home for men and for young boys and how it affects them. And it absolutely does. And it's pivotal, right? But also, we have to remember that when those fathers aren't in the home for the boys, they're not in the home for the girls either. And so
Mhm.
these young girls, not only are they not understanding and they're not balancing these energies because they have a mother that's not modeling any form of balance or self-actualization, right? But then all that they're often taking in is either negative role models from the men who are coming in and out of their houses, right? Or negative words and experiences from the women that they trust most in their lives, right? And so, in and of itself, not only does that not create balance within their own internal energies, right? But it causes distrust and dislike and fear of masculine energy coming from the outside, right? So they're not trying to be balanced or anchored to the masculine energy because especially when they find one and it's strong and it's healthy and it's self-actualized, they're terrified of that. And you know, how do black women tend to react to fear or vulnerability? With anger, right? With disrespect, with you know, that's how we were taught to respond to vulnerability, right? With these angry, strong type of attitudes. So it
Mhm.
absolutely makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, the question is, right? Well, if a woman just goes back in the kitchen and she cooks, she cleans, whatever, because I know women who cook, clean, do all of that. And guess what? They're no more healthy or balanced, and they are no less toxic. Right. So there's more to it than that. Like I hear what you're saying. I understand that it's like a, you know, it's like an archetype or whatever, right? But there's so much more to it than that.
Okay, there's a couple of things I want to do. I want to address Kate, as far as she's talking about all groups of people have
She should
heritage.
come up. Well, we're black though. I understand. Go ahead, GC. You go.
No,
Then.
no. Here's the thing. It's not even about that because she bring that up on when Platt and I were talking about that. If they got their waistline together, they would be the hottest. Listen, you're welcome to compete. However, as a judge, and by a judge because I'm a man, I judge who is the hottest ethnicity of women. All things considered, and right now it's Ethiopian. Why? Because they look the way black women would look if they were to get their waistline and everything
Uh-oh.
else right. You're welcome to compete. You can go and get your Pocahontas hair and do whatever you want, and you're welcome to compete for the hottest. And I promise you I will judge you fairly. I'm just giving my opinion on the matter. Somebody's got to win, and it doesn't mean that the loser, the one who is less hot, is anything wrong with them. It just means that they're slightly less hot than the winner. Period. It's not biased to say that a group has to win.
Is that you playing
Look
that
at
Soul
this.
Train Game Changer? That you? Is that your video?
Yeah,
That's
but
his video.
it's frozen,
Yeah.
huh?
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
No, that's you, Melody.
No,
No,
that's
no.
GC.
Whoever pulled
No, that's
that
me.
up, listen, and it's just think about this. No, I'm just saying, look, where the fat people? No, I'm being for real. I'm not trying to hate. I'm not trying to be
Exactly.
funny. They don't exist.
No,
No.
I'm with you.
Look at our
I'm
society
with you.
now.
Men or women. Look at that. Look at that. Look at them get, and they're couples too. They're together and they're happy. And nobody's talking about I want to be a firefighter, no crap like that. Look at him. Look at her hair. Look at his
Right.
hair.
They were traditional, right? They were traditional.
Yeah,
They
we're
were more
messed up,
traditional
bro.
than modern women. This was the beginning. This
Go
was the
ahead, go ahead.
beginning of the decline.
Those were boomers, right? Because we're like millennials and Gen Xers. Us. You're a Gen
Yeah,
Xer,
those are
right?
boomers.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, those are
boomers.
boomers. But didn't you say the boomers were the most effed up people out there?
They were because they didn't pass this down. They while they out partying and stuff like that, that's what I'm saying. This was the beginning of the end.
Right.
This was the beginning. They got all of the togetherness from the previous generation and didn't stay together for the next.
Gotcha.
I'm just
Hey,
confused about what the problem was with Kate, because I'm just trying to figure something out. Because at the end of the day, right? No disrespect. Listen, we're open to everyone. Everyone, come on, share your opinions. You want to come up here, share your opinion. That's even better. But it comes down to, right? If you got a group of Black folk, right, and we want to talk about issues within our community and our people, then we're also going to talk about positives that, in our opinion, exist within our people and our community, which would include our opinion, well, at least my opinion, I can't talk for everybody, right? That Black women are the most beautiful women on earth, right? I have a right to that opinion, right? Just like if you were in a group of people who were Czech and Native and y'all thought that mixture of people were the most beautiful women on earth, right? And I was watching y'all stream and you guys were together having a conversation about y'all's community, right? Then you're entitled to your opinion of the, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. And that's all right. So like, I don't know where this issue came from, because I was trying to figure out in the chat where it came from. But like, don't take offense. We're talking about our people. This is something that's germane to us. For a lot of us, like my husband's Black. I've only dated Black men. I mostly have Black friends. So, Black family. So I'm going to care about the Black community. And that's kind of what we're talking about, although it's not exclusionary, right? But we're going to end up having these discussions. Doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with Native and Czech women or whatever it is, or any other ethnicity, and be proud of where you're from. That's cool. But like, let's try not to get too offended about other places in the chat, please, because it's not like an attack.
And Kate, listen, she said me too. Her husband's Black. So you have every right to join this conversation. I'll drop the link if you want to come up and talk. But it's not, she's a white woman with a Black family. That's fine.
Not necessarily white, but something like that.
Yeah, she's just not Black. And that's cool. That's why I said, come on up and share your opinions too, right? We can only talk about our concern and our experiences, right? And so we tend to be concerned with who we're actually dating, who our families are, and whatever the communities we're part of. But by all means, come on up, share your 2 cents, girl.
Right.
You got
I know
a
RBR want to come up.
Y'all see what's happening, because Ruby, you're not in first place, and I consider you an American because for continental reasons. You're not in first place. So what we're saying is the potential to be in first place once you get your soul train back in line and get back in the kitchen and the bedroom. Once that happens, you too can be first place. What I strongly suspect Kate is doing is she's trying to rebottom you chicks. She likes that she's higher on the totem pole than you, because right now y'all in the last place, and she don't want change. She don't welcome the competition of the soul train chicks, because she can't double dutch like that. She ain't got it like that.
She can't double dutch.
So yeah, no, and that's what it comes down to.
Funny
prove me
yet
wrong.
factual.
Prove me wrong. Why are you so upset? We're saying that what, can you double dutch? Who? What? Who, me? Yes, you. Yeah. Can you double dutch? I'm saying that you fear the competition. I'm saying that y'all see the potential. Y'all see the potential in these chicks, and y'all don't want them to get the act right. Y'all don't want them to renounce the last wave of feminism because it's what's keeping them behind you on the sexual desirability scale.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Hey,
Okay.
we are in last place. Black women are the least
Yeah,
desirable.
we
And
are.
80% of us are overweight. So, yeah.
And let's be honest, right? Because not only are we in last place, but if we separate like blackness into different categories, right, then descendants of slavery are in last place amongst all the black people, right? People from the
Hmm.
continent are
Yeah.
ahead of us. Let's be honest, right? Like that's where it's at.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
Right
what I say.
now,
Ethiopian is at the
yeah,
top of my Ethiopian is the top of my list.
right,
Everybody know that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
right. And then
too.
you got from Africa, then you also got okay. So I'm from the Caribbean, right? And here's the thing. Here's the thing about Caribbean women. Now, I can only talk about the ones that I know, major islands like Jamaica. Okay, we worship Black America. We do. So everything Black America does, we try to do, but we do it worse, right? So like Black American women are addicted to wigs. Guess what? We addicted to wigs too, but our wigs are worse and often still plastic and horrible, right? But the point is, we addicted to that fake hair because Black American women are. I would be real, right? So if anything, we're going to be a little bit underneath because we're looking up to something that's already dysfunctional. Right. Whereas if we just weren't doing that, we'd probably be better off. We're looking up to the food in America, right? We're hoping to get the McDonald's and this and that. And when we do, then we gorge on that crap food. And as it makes us unhealthier and fatter and tired and whatever,
Hmm.
it's only when we get really sick, we get like cancer or something, go, oh, we should eat like we used to eat. Eat some yam and dumpling and this and that, right? So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, let's be honest about where we at. We can never make any advancement or come to any understanding if we're not going to be honest. I mean, even in Canada, where we're not half as fat as, I mean, overall, the country and Black people are not half as fat as they are in America. America is just mind-blowingly large. It really is. Um, I had my cousin come here, and we were sitting in a cupcake shop. Okay, cupcake shop. No, it was a vegan cupcake shop because I'm allergic to eggs and a bunch of other stuff. But so we were sitting in the cupcake shop, and he was just sitting. He was looking at this line. And it was the line. He's American, right? He's looking at the line of people, and I'm just looking at the look on his face. Like, hey, what's going on? What do you think? He's like, we are really, really fat. I was like, what? He's like, America's so fat. He's like, no one here is this fat. Like, we're in a cupcake place and no one here is like, what is America is so fat, right? And that was just his response. It was just because his head was, he's sitting down, so his head is about, ass level to everyone else, and he's just looking. He's just like, wow, right? And Canadians, we look at ourselves and we think we've gotten a lot fatter, right? Because we have, but in comparison to America, what America's normal is now is overweight, right? It's
Hmm.
not even like healthy weight; it's overweight. That's small is overweight. Obese is what you're striving for. You're striving to be in the obese range because that's where you get the ass and the this and that with the waist training, and then you look like Kim Kardashian. That's for real, right? America's renaming obese and morbidly obese. Those are offensive words, y'all. Obese and morbidly obese. Those are offensive words. You know what you should call these people instead? Infinifat. I swear to God, that's what the fat acceptance movement has now
We
named fat
we
people.
need to
Infinifat.
start. We need to start shaming people again into getting skinny, into getting in shape. I'm not gonna say skinny. I'm gonna say in shape. Big booty, big breasts, but small waist. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we need to
This
start shaming
healthy.
people. That's just it. But
Mm-hmm.
we have two new people on the panel. We have Baloo and we have Classy. Hi, Blue.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Blue. Welcome.
Blue?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. My bad. I was
Oh.
in the other room.
And so, what's your take on what we're talking about? You can talk about anything that we're talking about.
Um, 70s was a very good. Yeah, it was a good look for black people. It definitely was. Um, you know, the afros, the style, the way they walk. What's going on now? I don't know what's going on now. The generation now, like they said, nobody wants to be black. While I was listening, it's like nobody's proud no more.
Mm-mm.
Nobody's proud of being black no more and embracing it. So I definitely think we definitely lost ourselves. I agree with that.
But how could we be proud when there's women out there being Keishas and there's men out there being Pookies? Like, how could we be proud? And the
I mean,
majority of us is this.
I think everybody got to speak for themselves, and that's the problem. Everybody thinking about what
Mm,
everybody else doing, and nobody thinking about themselves, what
ourselves,
they
right?
doing. You know what I
Good
mean?
point.
So everybody, and I think that's what happened. I think at a point in time, we thought about ourselves. Now with technology and phones and different things that came along with us not thinking about ourselves. That make any sense?
Yeah, a lot of
Because
sense.
we thinking about everything else but ourselves.
But we got to think about, in order to change the community, we got to think about it. We got to talk about it. We got to change it. And not saying it's going to change right away, but maybe having these panels, these people are listening and maybe they'll say, hey, maybe I should go on a diet. Maybe I should wear my real hair. Maybe I should, they're going to say this.
Absolutely, I agree.
Well,
So,
not for anything, okay, but going back to the subject of our panel, right? If we
mhm.
want people to get into shape at least and maybe more easily lose a couple pounds, right? Getting people more physically active in a way where they're not reading it as dreaded exercise would be a good way because a lot of people gain a lot of weight between high school, college, and then when they get their first office job, right?
Can I?
Because you're sitting on your ass all the time, right? I gained, that's when I got to 200. You saw a picture of me at 220, 230 pounds, Mel, right?
Yeah, but
Um,
you didn't look that
I,
big. Maybe because you're
I didn't,
tall.
When you get
I
a
didn't,
chance, let
right?
me
But
speak
I
on
look
that.
bigger though. I look bigger though. Yeah, good, good. Give me just 1 second. Right. So I look a lot bigger though, right? And
Mhm.
the one of the ways that I got there was because I went from cheering. I was a cheerleader, plus I was a band, plus I used to walk everywhere all the time. You're always just active when you're young, right? And then I went from that to sitting on my ass, literally just sitting there at this office job that I can just now afford more money to buy more food to shovel it into my mouth, right? And you just put a pack on the pounds. That's what happens. We got to get people back out there and walking and moving and just doing something other than sitting on their ass in front of a TV or a computer screen. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Now,
Blue.
I wanted to say this as far as the weight situation. That I mean that's been a secret weapon far as far as with the food that's going on. People are getting the way they're getting because they don't even realize they've been attacked through their food. So that's one thing is what people are eating. So we need again, that's why I say we need to worry about ourselves and worry about eating right, drinking right, not eating certain food, paying attention to what you eat.
No corn syrup. Leave the corn syrup
Absolutely.
alone.
That's what I'm saying. When we if I don't know where you guys live at, but where I live at, I notice a lot of health stores are popping up, juicing. You know what I mean? That's becoming something popular right now. A lot of people getting into that juicing and stuff like that. So I think that's what it boiled down to. It boiled down to the intake. It's what people eating that's making them like that. So on top of them not exercising. So people need to exercise, people need to eat right, and we need to get out this slump that we fell into.
True. All facts. I agree with everything you said. But let's go to Classy. Hi, Classy young man.
Ladies and gentlemen, how is everybody doing?
All
I'm
righty, all righty.
doing
All right,
well. How are
excellent.
you?
Oh, I'm doing perfectly
Oh,
fine.
sorry. I just recognized your voice. So it's just, I don't know. I didn't know who Classy was, but then you started talking. I'm like, oh, I remember you. Okay, hey, sorry. What's up?
Oh, I hope
Hey.
that's a good thing. But no, I'm just playing. But no, actually, everything that everyone has said, especially what Blue said about the weight situation, is he's telling the truth. The problem with why they will not change is because what you have in a lot of Black women is a lot of depression that's not being spoken out about. And I see this in the hospital, and actually, I've seen this within my own family members. most of the women that I've noticed, like, you know, do y'all believe in that your soul can tell the story even though your mouth and your expressions don't tell it?
Yeah.
That goes back to when you look around, there's not a lot of women smiling. There's a lot of women gaining all this weight. There's a lot of women, they don't appreciate their hair. They don't appreciate their own, their own taking care of their bodies. And it all comes from depression. And a lot of that is passed down from their mothers. And it has something to do with the man that they chose. And a lot of times, and what I see in the hospital nowadays, I see a lot of big black women. I'm talking about from 400 to 500 pounds. Oh,
don't do that though, bro. Don't blame black. Don't blame.
No. I'm not blaming black men. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no. He said he's blaming their choices. He's not blaming the men.
Right.
Now, let me
I'm
ask
not
you a
blaming.
question.
Oh yes.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. So because I wanted us to get back towards at least a little bit towards the subject of the day. Although, hey, the fact that we're falling into this topic is probably indication of a future panel, y'all. Okay. So what I want to ask is this, right? Because you said, okay, part of that unhappiness, right, is going to be from the men that they chose. Right. Let me ask you, do you think that part of that unhappiness has anything to do with the jobs that they chose? And if so, what kind of jobs do you think would make women more happy or fulfilled or satisfied? Whatever.
If you want my honest opinion, I don't think any job really truly makes anybody whole or happy. That's my honest opinion, because I can tell you, I know beautiful black women that are doctors that work in the hospital field. They work their tails off, but you know what's missing? A smile.
Okay.
You want to know what that's telling me? And I could be wrong, but a lot of times when I see it, it's telling me that, God, I wish I had a second person or somebody that can take the load off my shoulders.
Okay. Sure. I hear that. Let me ask you a question. Do you, because I don't know, maybe it's just me. Okay. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But in general, I don't know a lot of black women in general who, whether it's pictures that they're taking, selfies, or just the way that they live and exist in general, even if they're married, even if they're happily married, even if they're stay-at-home wives or they're working the dream job or whatever, that smile, like resting bitch face seems to be a natural thing that black women do. Like even when they like mean mug cameras instead of like, you know, trying to make a I'm happy but sexy face or whatever, right? And they think that's it. And I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with any of those things. I just think it's like a black woman thing. Like we're not really taught to be smiley and soft and whatever.
Because
we're not taught to be
passed down. That's why that stuff was passed down by older black women. That's why you have older black women in church talking about at 80, I am praying to get a man before I die. A lot of these women are masquerading. They're putting on a facade because a lot of them do want men, but they're following this feminist train and this sisterhood train that's just leading them straight to their death. And I can tell you right now, in the hospital, some of them are in the psych ward. They're popping pills because they're going against their natural habitat.
Okay, so now,
bro. There you go, bro. Keep talking. Let him talk.
Platinum and blue. And I want to make this clear. I'm not blaming the men. I'm just going to let me give you some examples in my own family. I just lost two aunts, my oldest aunt and my youngest aunt. My oldest aunt, drunk. She was a highly depressed, functional drunk for over 50 years.
Alcoholic, there you go.
Right. You know what she never did? You know where it came from? Her husband being murdered. And he was murdered when I was 4 years old. She never went to get help. My youngest aunt, drunk, smoked, did drugs. She masqueraded like everything was all right.
That make your taco smell when you do that too, females.
That is true.
Oh, yeah,
that is true. That is
Mm-hmm.
true. However, what I was saying is that she
wait, what? Hold on. What makes your taco smell? I missed that.
A lot of smoking and drugs.
What he's saying, doing things that's not clean, it seeps into your DNA and it goes, down there.
Okay, I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can give you facts to back that up, but I'm just saying. But however, what I'm saying is that she was depressed because her husband died. She never went and got help. So she kept eating. She gained a lot of weight, doing a lot of smoking, doing a lot of drugs, never went to get help. My youngest aunt did the same thing. You want to know why? Because her father died. My grandfather, he was always by her side, always protected her. Ever since he died, she never been the same. And my point where I'm trying to get at is most of their depression is becoming from the fact that they don't have a man, not from a bad point of view, but from a good point of view. Someone that tells them that I love you, I think you're doing just fine, or I'm going to be there whenever you need them. A lot of these women don't have that, and they're masquerading their depression. And I see it all the time. That comes from making eating a vice, drugs, smoking, putting on them stupid wigs that don't match their natural hair. They're fighting against their natural habitat. Excuse me. That's just my opinion, but go ahead. It's the fact that they don't have love from a man. That's what I see. But go ahead.
Now, I actually, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just don't think that's all there is to the story. But
Oh
before
no,
I
that's just
give
part
my
of it.
opinion,
Mhm.
yeah, before I give my opinion, gentlemen, do you, any of y'all have more to add on that subject?
Anybody?
No, they're all
No,
like, yo,
no.
you cut it off.
All I can say is he's exactly right. I like that when women get out of their natural state, they just change, man, and that's sad, but it's the truth. I've seen it in my family. I've seen it in the job. I've seen it. It's just it's sad. But and then when we go back to the 70s and you look at those, you see how it was nothing. Women were proud to
Yes,
submit.
sir.
They were proud to submit. They were proud to lay up under a man. They that was their natural order. They just want to be up under their man. Now you got these women. Now they like they don't want. That's the last thing they're gonna do is be a female. They don't want to be women. They want to be men. It's like what the fuck? And that's what we're in now.
They want to fight, argue. A man want to come home from work and have peace, and the woman is supposed to be his peace. She's supposed to have dinner ready. She's supposed to give him a massage. She's supposed to be that one there. But these women these days, they rather argue and make it worse.
I mean, do y'all
They don't understand.
I'm sorry, Melly, to interrupt you. I remember back in the 80s and like in the 70s, we made love songs for black women. I mean, even rap songs you had, I Need Love by LL Cool J, and you had that song, I Like a Woman with Extensions in their hair, bamboo earrings, at least two pair. We don't even hear that no more. We hear, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to mess up the algorithm, but you know what I mean. All the bad words. There's nothing inspiring anymore.
Well, have y'all ever heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yeah.
Okay. Some people have, some people haven't. I might actually maybe do a video specifically explaining it, because in essence, what it says is that if you don't get fulfillment, complete fulfillment from the bottom things of the pyramid, you can't care about the stuff above it. So, for example, if you don't have air, food, water, right? You're basically on death's door. You cannot care about self-esteem. It's too far away. This is like when people say, I lost all my pride. Yeah, that's normally under the circumstances under which they do it, right? And so basically what it's talking about is, I think a lot of our community, we don't have some of these lower, more basic needs met from early childhood, from birth sometimes, in some cases. And so we never rise above that to esteem needs, to real functional social needs, because we're still stuck in this scarcity, this lacking, and this fear. And one of the ways that happens is from birth to about 9 years old. Your parents are very important, right? Both parents, very important. And one of the things that your parents are supposed to give you, other than healthy attachment levels, is unconditional positive regard. I'm going to explain it, right? Because I know some people have never heard of this before. Unconditional positive regard, okay? This is the idea that even if you make a mistake, even if you do something wrong, the thing you did is wrong, but you are still a good person, right? The thing you did is wrong, but you still deserve love. The thing that you did is a mistake, right? But overall, you're wonderful, right? That's that kind of love, right? This is something we kind of want to call unconditional love, or right? That's something only parents can really give you, right? Because everything else in life, love, even from a spouse, is conditional, right? But we need a touchstone somewhere in our lives that tells us, right? One person who says, no matter what, I don't care what you did wrong, you are still a good person. You are still redeemable. You are still worth love. You are still worthy. And I think a lot of us don't get that, right? Either because we are lacking one parent, because we have both parents saying they ain't shit, because we only have one parent and they ain't shit, right? And they say stuff to us, right? Like they don't say to us, "Oh, you made a mistake." They say, "You just like Cal ain't shit, father." Right?
Yeah,
Passing
you
it
hear that a
along.
lot in the Black community.
Right. And we hear that a lot. Even with parents who mean well and maybe don't say that, right? They make us our mistakes. They make us our flaws, right? And so we are failures because we made a mistake today, or because we just, we failed. And instead of allowing us to fail upwards and letting us know, like, yeah, you made a mistake. Now you got to do better. Don't worry, you can overcome this, son. Don't worry, honey, you can overcome this, right? We don't get those messages. It took me till meeting my husband for someone to tell me that I was still worthy after experiencing my trauma at 15. No one told me that. Nobody told me that I was still a worthy human. I still deserve love. I still deserve to be looked at as a worthwhile human. No one told me that. And I'm talking about a trauma that was visited unto me, that some was taken from me. Not something I even brought on myself. But that's the problem. My parents were young, right? And they were Black. They were teen parents. And you know what? Children should not be raising children, first of all, because they're not self-actualized, right? They're lost, wandering around, scrambling, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. And their children getting frustrated and hurling anger at you and hurling the frustration at you and hurling their own failures at you and hurling their fear at you in all the wrong ways, right? Because if they knew how to do it right, you know what they wouldn't do? They wouldn't have children at 17, 16, 18, right? And those are the people who are raising the majority of us. So yeah, of course, we're all walking around and we're fronting and we're lying about what we think about ourselves. But the truth is, most of us have very low self-esteem, and very low self-concept, very low self-worth, which is why some random dude in the chat could say something about you, and you're gonna spend the next hour of your life arguing with random dude 101 in the chat.
It's just a circular argument.
Self-esteem, exactly.
Yep. You need that constant ego stroke from social media. Constant, because if you don't get it, you can't give it to yourself, right? Yeah. And this is why on one side I agree with Game Changer when he says, yeah, listen, we're not looking for, say, those grounding forces from a man, from an outside source enough. We're never taught to trust that or to rely on it or to look for it. But we're also not doing anything about those internal things either, right? We don't even have internal grounding. Like, we're not even searching for it, really, right? We're just trying to find external crap to validate us, and that social media will validate us for, so we can feel good for 10 seconds until it wears off, and then we have to find more, right? Keep upping the ante. First, I'm going to show my cleavage. Then, when that's not enough likes, then I'm going to show a nipple, right? And then when that's not enough likes, then I'm going to show my naked ass working, and then now I'm going to open OnlyFans and be giving out full blowies, and that's not enough. Then I'm going to go to Dubai and let dude shit on me, right? Like, I mean, like,
there you go.
Escalation. It's an escalation. I don't know.
But it goes back. It's funny that everything that you said, I was looking at a documentary, and you know how they're building their robots. They're going off of the algorithms of how men judge women, or how long you look at a picture or a photo of a woman, and vice versa. They're building a brain for a robot from all of those algorithms.
That's creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy. But at the same time, what Ruby said was 1,000% right. You know what's so funny about everything that Ruby said? A lot of women get a lot of attention off of social media. Let's say she get about 5,000 likes. You know who she's going to respond to? That one person that says something negative.
Bad about her. Exactly. I see that a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, many times, and I think this is the thing, our parents also, like, I'm not saying it's okay for us to sit on our asses at 40 and fail and then blame our parents, right? Because we're grown now. I'm not saying it's okay. But what I am saying is, like, my parents had no idea of the deep-rooted, still felt to this day trauma that I still feel and experience, and I'm still working through, at this old age, right? Because of the way that they spoke to me and treated me. It's crazy for me to even think that, wait a minute, I'm grown. I had a lot of other things happen to me. I had a lot of terrible things happen to me. But when I really get down to the nitty gritty of where my pain is, it's not from, that boy who did me wrong. It's actually not. It's really from when my parents did me wrong. I'm gonna be real with you. That's what it is. It always has been. Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff, it's not even your fault or Melody or me or Blue or Game Changer's fault. This stuff was passed down from parents that didn't have it together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
just like in today's world. Think about this for a second, right? You have most of all these women that say, "Well, what a real man does. This is what a real man does." It's like, how do you even able to identify that if you've never even seen it?
Right. Absolutely.
It's like I can't tell you what a real woman is because I'm not a woman.
Absolutely. And I think we were talking about that on Chantel Simone's panel yesterday, right? It's like, do we honestly know how to identify a feminine woman? Like really a complete one? Do we really, really know how to identify a masculine man? Do we actually really know what those definitions are? Fully and completely? No, we don't. Because we haven't experienced them. We weren't born and raised on them. We weren't conditioned to be them. So how can we be experts, real experts on identifying them, right? And this is why we're able to get played. This is why, if anything, I'll say that our community more than most get fooled, right? You get interlopers. And that's why you're able to get them so easily, because we don't really know or understand it. So a lot of times, right, we will get fooled by just someone who says all the right stuff to make us feel good, or to make us finally feel validated, to finally make us feel special for a second. And then all of a sudden, because we associate them with a good feeling, right, then they're positive things. Like, yes, they're feminine. Yes, he's masculine. Why? Because he made you feel good for 30 seconds. Right. But that's not what masculinity is. In fact, if anything, I'll be real. I'm going to suggest here that real masculinity, when we're talking about women, right, is going to not always make you feel good, because sometimes it's holding you accountable in a way that makes you ashamed of yourself, makes you want to hold yourself to a better standard, because you're now looking at yourself in a different light. And likewise, true femininity is going to make a man re-examine himself and maybe call himself out on some bullshit that he needs to change or adjust, right? True complete masculinity and femininity, right, if we really encountered it, is like, it's like at the pinnacle. And so we want to rise to meet that, which often means we'd have to then examine ourselves and look at the bad parts of ourselves and say, oh, I got to change that, which is not a good feeling, and it's not an easy thing to do. So it's just a suggestion, y'all. If it just makes you feel amazing all the time, and it never makes you feel any of those extra pressures to grow or change or better yourself, it might not be real.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example, Ruby. There was an old movie that Lawrence Fishburne was in, was called Always Outnumbered, right? He plays a guy that's just trying to find a job. He just got out of jail. However, his friend had left his wife. And however, the wife started catching feelings for Lawrence Fishburne's character. And so he's upset with Lawrence Fishburne. You know what Lawrence Fishburne said? He said, man, you lucky. He said, I would love to have me a woman like yours to tell me when I rub my head when everything is going good and call me out when I mess up. No, I'm just adding on to the point. What Ruby's saying is that you do need people to tell you when you're messing up.
Absolutely.
That's what I meant when I said that. I didn't mean to make y'all bored.
No, you didn't bore us. I was just listening and thinking like, interesting. No, that wasn't boring. But we have a new panelist. We have Young East. Hi, Young East.
Hey.
Hey, what up?
Welcome. So what is, huh?
No, I said, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm all right. Chilling.
So look, what's your take on the topic or anything we were talking about? You have anything to add to that?
Yeah, you talking about masculinity and femininity or something like that?
Yeah, sort of. We're talking about women who have manly jobs or Is it masculine? Do you agree with it?
Women in the
It's like
workforce.
basically, yeah,
Yeah, women,
start there. Yeah.
women in the workforce is, I think, to be honest with you, I think women getting in the workforce like in the masses was a mistake. I think,
Really?
yeah, I think it was a mistake. I think because of so many women working is making the pay grade go down for men. I think
Oh,
because you got too much people willing to do certain jobs, they could like give everybody small checks and shit.
Oh, he does make a point. Mm.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, but
true.
they were talking. Can I just say this real quick? I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
go
cut
ahead.
you off, but
Yeah,
they were saying the same thing. They said delivery used to make so much money.
yeah,
And now that they have like a lot of women and other people who's willing to take the minimum wage for it, they're paying less and less and less.
yeah.
I
That's a
did
big
hear about
problem.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
so
said that was a
so
huge problem in
one man would
delivery.
one man would be able to provide for a whole family because you would be getting that whole check instead of dividing it up between two people. So that was a mistake, and another mistake. Since women got in the workforce, all of the domestic jobs that women did, now they could ration that out. And what
Mm-hmm.
I mean about that is, see, men would get all of their how can I like, this is okay. I'm gonna paint a scenario. I was at the bar the other day. I was at Twin Peaks, and if you don't know what that is, that's like Hooters and shit. Bitches are
Yeah.
serving, yeah, they serving drinks and they pay you. When I
Mm.
went there, I was like, damn, they got bitches serving drinks. Yeah, and listen, you would pay for everything, of course, but I was thinking to myself, I was like, damn, I get this at home from. I used to get this at home from my girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have a girl at home, if you don't have a wife, you go out and you seek those. I guess I'm gonna call it vices. I'm gonna call it vices. You
Go ahead.
seek
Mhm.
you seek vices from different sources. Like if you don't have a wife, you're more apt to buy a prostitute, right?
Oh.
Because and the thing is, it's more costly because you don't have a wife. Like women will fulfill all those desires that a man has. If you don't have a wife, like if you like your kids don't have a babysitter, so that's gonna cost you. If you don't have a wife, like even let's be honest, even the food prices will go up for you because a wife cook all the time if she's a good one. She cooks all the time, so instead of going out to eat all the time, you would get your food home cooked. And if it's a
Mm-hmm.
good
Mhm.
wife, she would grow the food.
Oh.
And that's come on.
That
she would
right
grow,
there, that's true
That's
femininity. A
true.
woman,
yeah.
Yes.
yeah, a woman that grows her food.
She
What?
grow the food. Like my ex used to she used to do that coupon shit. She used to like get coupons and shit. I was like, that's
Uh,
a good idea. She used to get
Mhm.
coupons. She used to save a lot of money with that shit. She used to do that, but seldomly. But she used to do it. I was like, that pays off. But the whole point is when feminism got women out the house and all those domestic duties wasn't fulfilled, you have to get it done. You have to get it done some way, and it usually costs men more money when
mm-hmm.
when feminism came in. Shoot, my shoot. I had one girl. I had this ain't my this is another girl. She used to give me back rubs all the time. She used to be like a goddamn chiropractor, nigga. Now I have to go out. Yeah, I have to go out. I went to the spa. And it wasn't like a massage therapy place. It wasn't like a fucking spa, but I had to pay like fucking $60. I used to get that shit for free. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like, huh?
No, I was like, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So just so many jobs that women did that I thought to myself, damn, look at the cost that feminism costs, like not just the black
Oh.
community, but the entire fucking race, like the entire America, and like everything, the cost of living it just rose tremendously. Now it take more than 50K a year to raise a family. Like a woman would homeschool children. Now the cost of educating your children is skyrocketed.
Astronomical.
Yeah, so everything got bad when that's why I said when women decide to work, it was a terrible fucking mistake.
Like, hold on, guys, real quick. Let
Mhm.
me see if this is
What's
that
up?
really you?
Yay, hey
Oh,
Melody.
okay. Okay, hi. Okay, I wanted to make sure you wasn't a troll. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
guys can continue.
I made my point, but it's just you see how bad it is. Like you really see how.
Oh my God, Young
Yeah.
East was on point. Can you imagine if you were a restaurant owner? You can jack the prices so high because people don't cook no more at home.
Yeah.
Oh my
Mhm.
God.
I mean, they do that already, depending on which restaurant you go to.
Agreed.
From one of those things
Tell me
you
about
drive
it.
up to
Yeah.
to like a fancy restaurant you have wear a suit and tie. It just depends. What I'm hearing is like women have chosen. It's not like we were given options and they chose to go this route. And at the end of the day, it's just their choice. You can't really get mad at it. We all know what's going to happen. It's going to be like the Ukraine situation. War's going to happen. Crap's going to go down, and then everybody going to be trying to be like, we don't like this equality stuff. We want you men to go out and protect us now.
Mhm.
Well, okay, I'm gonna tell y'all where I disagree. 'Cause
Hey, Classy Red.
Where do you
hey,
disagree?
what's up? How you doing? Now, okay, let me tell y'all where I disagree here, because we talk oftentimes when we're making points, we talk about women, right, as though the 20-year-olds of today are also simultaneously the women who made decisions in the 50s, right? They're not. So while we can talk about, on a more sociological level, the impact of women's decisions and choices, whatever, we also have to talk about the individual of today, right? And so when we're talking about the individual, say, from me down, right, millennials down, who was born today, often a lot of us were born into scenarios where we didn't make these choices, right? Like we didn't make choices to not have our fathers in the house, right? We didn't make the choices that a lot of us were working damn near before it was legal to do so, to have money to be able to just feed ourselves and whatever, because whatever mom was bringing in was not making ends meet. We didn't make those choices. A lot of things happen to us. They're environmental. They happen to us. They're based on our upbringing, right? And so we were kind of like, well, got to do the best you can to sink or swim. And now we have a couple generations of humans who were conditioned incorrectly. It's not based on their just independent in a vacuum choices, right? It's based on what they were born into and them just making the best of a bad situation and bad conditioning, bad training, very little information or access to something outside of that. And let's be honest, right? Like if you're born and raised, right? Let's say I'm a little girl, I'm born and raised in the hood. All I know are all my other friends who also only have a mom, don't know anything about the dads, where they are, why they're not there. I don't know anything about it. I just know they're not really around, right? And then what I also know are the dudes who keep coming in and out of my house, and then my mom bawling over them, and then the next one coming in, and my mom looking happy for 5 seconds, and then he leaves, and then now she's beating her ass, and she needs to. All I know is what I'm seeing, right? And it's teaching me things, right? It's teaching me about this one world that I exist in, but I don't think it's just teaching me about life in the dysfunctional hood. I think it's teaching me about all humans. I think it's teaching me about the world. It's teaching me what women's lives are like, what men's lives are like, how men treat women, how women treat. That's what I think it's teaching me. I don't think that there's a world outside of that, and I'm going to make decisions, based on that until I finally get out of the hood and I see something else. Now we have the internet, right? Now, but in my day, we didn't have this exposure to the world and what everyone else was doing, right? Like we just had what was on our block, basically, what was in our high school. That was it. So I think we have to sometimes recognize that the people we're talking to right now, right? These millennials and younger, right? We can't talk to them like they created the problem. They were born into the problem. The men and the women of today, right? These millennials and younger were born into this problem already. Yeah. So now how do we fix it? Because they didn't create the problem. They're born into it. They're perpetuating it, but they didn't create it, right?
Yeah.
So that's a nature versus nurture argument. And you're saying since women are more group thinkers, like if they're around a group of dysfunctional women, they're going to coalesce into that same mind space.
Well, no, I'm not saying women. I'm saying human beings are basically all nature and nurture, right? So like in nature, right, we have a whole bunch of learning mechanisms that kick in at a variety of different ages to help us learn a variety of things, right? Walking, language, whatever, social, even the ability to see lines. Okay. We have learning mechanisms that kick in. And one of those social things that we learn, right, is are we safe or not? Is the environment we were born into safe or not? And based on that messaging alone, a whole bunch of different things happen in your body. So after the age of 9, if by the age of 9, all you've been told is your environment is unsafe, you're going to start puberty earlier. Okay. And your puberty is going to move more rapidly. You're going to become sexualized earlier. You're going to start having sex earlier. You're going to start trying to have children earlier. You're going to have more children and you're going to invest in less of them. That's just what it comes down to, right? These are things that we've seen for 10,000 years, right? And that has to do with the environment and the upbringing that you were given, right? So it's not necessarily that you were born in the hood. It's also the environment that your mother provided for you, right? Whether it's the male role models, the father being in the home, the safety, the love, the nurturing, all of those things, right, are going to definitely play into not just the choices you make as far as looking for a father in the streets, but also just literally your actual biology kicking in and pointing you down different paths.
Excellent points.
When I was talking about, I don't know if anybody took this, but I don't blame like our generation for the problem, especially the women. To be honest with you, it's damn near a lost art to be a housewife. And but the women, you see a lot of women on the internet, they want to be stay-at-home wives. You feel me? But it's like it's so like 50s, it's so like outdated. Like nobody knows how to do it. And clearly the men are frustrated behind it. That's why they ask girls, what do you bring to the table? They don't even know the purpose of a girlfriend or a wife. Like men don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
And to be frank, women don't know either.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a
Facts.
lot. So when you ask the chick, what do you bring to the table? They say stupid shit like, I am the table. They say some goofy, they get goofy because they don't know. They don't know
Mm-hmm.
what they're supposed to do. They wasn't really raising it. So there's no way that I'm blaming like a millennial or even an X. I mean blaming Gen X. Like somebody that's like 40 plus, they might have seen it from their grandmama or something. But I know millennials, they don't know shit.
I blame the individual if they out in these streets doing some crap and you know of it, like the girls going out encouraging young girls to be promiscuous and just partying, not focusing on them, not themselves, but building a family. Especially in this messed up world, we see the news all the time. We understand these kids ain't safe. You saw the news about that teacher and her husband.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh man,
Mm,
that's some
no.
Oh,
that
you
was
talking about the teacher and her husband that put the semen inside the baking sheet?
Oh,
yeah,
What?
yeah. They
I
were
heard
doing
Why
about
did
that.
I hear about that?
that
That's
was a big news, and
that's a
especially
terrible
they
story,
they
bro.
did more than that. They actually had a safe where they would say like young as 5 year olds were doing the BJ, and like the wife was like recruiting students.
That's a
Well,
terrible story,
Oh
though.
my God.
so what I'm saying is like this world is really messed up, and we have to come back. Like a family unit is like the basic foundation for every civilization. Once you break that up, civilization is going to just be destroyed. And
Shit.
Hmm.
man, it comes down to this: what's the best situation for creating and maintaining a healthy family unit? Like Classy said, our environments, it plays a major factor in that. So if you're around a lot of like gangbangers, prostitutes, and all this other stuff, and you might be a good parent, what you put your kid around will also affect them. And the adults, especially like teachers or family members that you subject your children to, can also affect them negatively. Like you heard all these stories about women taking care of kids. Next thing you know, stuff been happening and nobody talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like it's a demonization on both sides, but I don't think we can really vet people, or we don't vet people as we should nowadays, and that just leads down to a dirty road of dysfunction, which creates this society. Like little kids grow up, they be like, mama, my dad didn't protect me from this crap, so you know what? I'm just gonna do what I do.
Yeah, they passed it down. Yeah, that's
Well,
a
yeah.
bad thing.
Have y'all ever seen a woman who had a kid as a teenager, right? And then she finds a man when that teenager is like, or that kid that she had before is like maybe 13, 14 now. And then, she marries that man. They move out of the hood, right? And she has a few kids with the new guy, right? Or
Mhm.
maybe even she has a couple kids, but the important factor is that one of those kids, the eldest kid's like 12, 13, and then there's another kid who's 4. And then she marries a guy, moves out of the hood, she has a couple more kids. And the 4-year-old and the other kids are great. They thrive in this new environment. You would never know that their beginnings were, so rough. But that 14-year-old, it doesn't matter that you move them out of the hood. Their life cycles have been set. You actually have to now intercede. Just them having a better environment isn't enough, because you've literally allowed their brain, their puberty, and their development to tell them that they're developing under harsh conditions where death is likely. And so, what the most important thing, every single one of their genes wants to just survive and reproduce, and that's it. There's no point on you developing. There's no point on you amassing resources and planning for the future and whatever, because your brain thinks that you're going to die soon. Because when we stopped evolving 10,000 years ago, if you were born into food insecurity and danger, you were going to die soon, right? The sooner you can get your kids out there, at least your genes get to survive and pass down, right? So we have to reckon. That's why I said, I'm like, a lot of people don't necessarily know the evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology to things, right?
Yeah.
To understand that it isn't even as basic as like we want it to be. Now, that doesn't give people an out. I'm not saying, and I said this earlier, right? I'm not saying that because that happened, well, that is an excuse for you to sit on your hands and at 30, 25, 30, 35, 40, make all those same mistakes and do nothing about it. That's not what I'm saying, right? Once you're past 25, your brain's done developing now, right? So you are in prime condition for you to be able to logically reason that you have post-traumatic stress disorder, you got something's wrong, and you need some therapy. You need to work through that pain and that trauma and that dysfunction. You have to learn new rules, new
It's
coping
costly.
strategies, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can't keep applying this broke down hood mentality to reality unless you want broke down hood results. No offense to broke down hood people, but I'm just saying, right? Like that's what it is.
And
So,
can I?
go
I'm sorry. May I
ahead.
piggyback off of the therapy concept that Classic Ruby said? I want
Yeah.
people to
Yes, sir.
understand that going to therapy doesn't necessarily equate that you're crazy. Let's
Right.
make that clear. Therapy can also
Absolutely.
also be used as a tool just to have someone to talk to, just to release something that you're not
Yeah.
able to
Mm-hmm.
talk to with other people, because you can't always talk to family about everything. And at least the person that's a therapist, him or her, they can't tell anybody anything. It'll be against the law and they can lose their job. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
thought.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense, especially with these family traumas. Like you were raised and you have a lot of issues with your mom and dad, and when you try to bring it up to them, they be like, they gaslighting like a mother. They're like, I did the best I could. I'm not talking about the best you could, woman, man, husband, father, whatever. I'm talking about how what you did affected me. That's all I'm trying to tell you. And they
Yep.
won't listen. And
Yep.
that makes a person frustrated, because you're trying to talk to somebody and they ain't listening to you, and all they do is try to defend themselves. It's like
Mm-hmm.
when Pookie and Ray Ray argument, like, I have 12 kids, but I'm a good man. Like, no, you're not. You can't take care of 12 kids. You broke, and you in the gang
Yeah.
banging life. You taking lives of other people. You're not a
Right.
good man. And then they come back and say, well, I changed. Now I'm a good man. It's like, that doesn't
Yeah. The damage is
dissolve
done.
your past.
Yeah.
What it does is, like, people have issues with you. Well, they can't really come out and say it because you Pookie and Ray Ray, and you don't give a crap. You're like, I'm good now. If you rock with me, you rock with me. And so you're dismissing their experience with you
Mm-hmm.
that might have
Mm-hmm.
just mentally or emotionally destroyed them to a certain point,
Right. I wanna point out another cost that feminism. I want to point out another cost. This is something that actually had me stunned. The whole ASMR thing. Like, there's like dudes literally paying for like stupid shit. It's stupid to me, but since women are not are working and they're not tending to any husband, the thirst level of men is getting crazy. I heard I heard Classy Ruby and Melanie talking about like selling feet and shit, feet on OnlyFans, and Michael,
Yes,
yeah, and they selling farts in a jar. Like it got kind of weird, but yeah,
they
I
are.
just want to point out the level of simping and the thirst level. Just you see, generation it just keeps rising. That's because
Mhm.
a man's needs is not being taken care of. And the crazy shit is that the fact that they can ration out ASMR. I seen ASMR. It's stupid shit. It'd be like a chick. ah, I don't know. They'd be like whispering and shit. They'd be like, they'd be
Yeah.
like, yeah, they'd be like doing weird stuff. And it's like intimate shit that you're supposed to be getting from your wife. Like
Mhm.
dudes are like paying for it third party somewhere because there's no wives. There's no wives. So you're gonna have men doing irrational shit for just
Hey,
like
easy on the
yeah.
swears.
Oh, sorry. You're gonna
Yeah.
have men doing irrational things just for like female validation or just to satisfy some type of primal urge that men we have biologically. So I that to me, I thought that was astonishing.
You could
You know,
just
I
buy
have
a
a
wife,
question.
you know. You
You
can
said
just go to buy a wife or across seas or something, or So I don't
Well, gentlemen, I
understand
have a
either.
question for
you
y'all.
said buy a
Besides
wife
going,
across seas.
yeah, he means like the mail order brides. Okay, well, I have a question for y'all. Okay, it's for the gentlemen. Okay, if you had to choose one, you had to. The whole world has been consumed now, so you have to choose a wife, right? Or from the pool of women who do one of two things. Okay, either she's working the OnlyFans, fart in a jar, foot fetish, creepy stuff, that whole nine. Okay, she's working that, or or she is doing what we would consider a more masculine job like construction, garbage, sanitation management, etc. Which one would y'all rather have?
The lesser evil.
So what about kids in this equation? Is she gonna be able to offer me some offspring?
Yes. Yes. All other factors are going to be equal between these two women as far as their ability to offer you offspring, about whether or not they have children. So, whatever other factors you need, the only thing that's going to be different between these two women is how they made their money before they met you.
Well,
One
it's
is
that
on that OnlyFans tip, and we all know what OnlyFans, maybe Dubai girls do, right? And then the other one is working uber masculine type jobs.
Oh,
well, the
why you
uber
want to know the
masculine one, they
answers?
be in shape, so they might be down for a lot of freaky stuff in bed. So the I don't. That sounds like my type of girl. She ain't selling her sexuality to other men. They ain't thirsting like. Well, they might be thirsting at the job, but they ain't thirsting like the whole wide internet. So
Okay. Okay.
When I'll tell you this, when a girl does masculine jobs, her sex drive is gonna go down. Like honestly, I'll be honest with you. When a chick is working 40 hours a week, she not gonna have sex as much as she working.
hey, she didn't say 40 hours. She said everything equal. So if that
Right.
cam girl working 5 4 hours,
Hmm.
she's working that masculine job 5 4 hours. She ain't doing that that
Exactly.
long.
No,
Okay,
she's not doing anything.
but ain't no masculine job gonna have you only did 5 4 hours. I'm not saying that I'm endorsing the OnlyFans girl. I'm just saying generally from what I seen, the more hours a woman do, the less she gonna have sex, and that's just a fact. It's too
In
masculine.
any job?
Any yeah, pretty much like any type of stress, like a chick having to be there at a certain time and having to answer to a boss instead of answering to her husband.
Mhm.
She's not gonna have sex. She's not gonna get blowjobs, and you ain't gonna get no sandwich. Shout out to GC.
Okay. Classy, GC, Blue. Any of you guys want to weigh on in this? Which one would you rather guys have? Want to have the woman in the super masculine job or the OnlyFans, maybe Dubai girl?
Oh Christ. Jesus
Mhm.
Christ. Oh my God. Oh God. I'm gonna have oh God. Oh God. I'm gonna have to take the that man, you put me in a pickle.
I
I'm gonna
did,
have
yeah.
to wow. I
Hey, you just gotta
literally
ignore the hundreds of videos of her getting pooped, peed on, and
oh
guys
God.
DMing her.
But
Nah, that's
you
too
wanna
much
know
for
what's so
me.
crazy about that situation now that you mentioned it? there's a lot of females that we probably all dated have done that stuff that it's not even on OnlyFans. Jesus. So I'm gonna have to probably go with the OnlyFans because, man, I'm gonna tell you why. I've seen women on the job that I worked with very well, and they do a great job. I'll give them that positive thought. But however, the masculinity on top of masculinity, oh God, it just does not work. I'm sorry.
Wait, Classy Red, the question, you said all things are equal. Does that mean they're masculine or they're feminine at the same level as the OnlyFans girl?
Well, I guess that's the thing, right? It's like I am saying all things equal. So realistically, if she's a masculine-ish woman working construction and she's also doing OnlyFans on the side, she's probably still an extra masculine woman, right? So yes, all things equal. All things equal. It's just about that job, right? So, because here's the thing, right? On one side, I hear y'all what you're saying about well, when she's overtaxed and she's overstressed, she's literally pouring out every ounce of energy she has, right? Men can be that tired, and yes, they always still have room for sex, right? Women are not like that. They'll always have room for cuddling, not necessarily sex. But at the same time, women who are in shape and who are more physically active actually do have higher sex drives, because the thing that makes us have higher sex drives is testosterone. And so as you're building muscle and working out, you are actually upping your levels of testosterone, which makes you more randy, right? So there is a benefit to being more physically active, but then there's a stigma there, right? Like if she comes home smelling like garbage every day, or your boys are driving by and she's doing construction on the side of the road, and whistling at his ass or something, because they got to whistle at people, or whatever, right? So like there's the different stigmas about masculine jobs, right? And then of course there's the stigma of, well, the OnlyFans girl is super hot, so is the Dubai girl. That's why they're willing to pay so much money to shit on her, but at the end of the day, she did get shit on. So it's like,
one important thing about the masculine thing, the uniform. See, when you see it on social media, all hardworking girls, they quote unquote, they're sexy. That's not how like hardworking girls look in real life. They be wearing some like baggy or not tightly fit stuff, because those jobs are hard work. If you want to look sexy at those jobs, it's going to cost you, and it's going to be very painful. By the time they get done work, they be looking like a dude wearing a hat, you can't tell where their hair is. They ain't got no makeup on. Yeah, I mean, every dude's gonna holler at a girl, no matter what she look like, because they thirsty out here. They're trying to get their drink on. But the significant amount of dudes will probably diminish comparatively to the OnlyFans girl. So.
I say this. The masculine chick, I would probably try to wean her off of the job. So it's not every day she gonna feel like going to work. Then chicks come home from work, they start complaining about the job, and I just be like, it's straight, man, just take a leave, or just call out, take a day off. I could wean her off of that. I'm gonna go with the masculine. I could wean her off of that, yeah, because eventually she's gonna get to the point where she's gonna, what? Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. You know what I'm saying? Especially if she get pregnant, she could use that excuse. Yeah, that's what I do. Because that other stuff, that Dubai stuff, that's nah.
Well, I mean, it's an important point to bring up, because ultimately, right, and it doesn't matter whether we want to, say this is true or not. It's just a fact that, fields that tend to be female dominated are also paid less, right? The teachers are paid peanuts. But guess what? When teachers and professors were male dominated, those were actually both very well paid jobs. So, it just comes down to, female dominated jobs tend to get paid less. And so there actually is a benefit, especially if the woman is working when she's, just when she's single and she plans on being a stay at home wife, or not working until after the kids are gone again, or whatever it is, because you can amass a lot more money more quickly, right? And if she's not an idiot, right, she's putting some money away into savings and whatever, that's an investment into y'all's future. And the women I know who went into those more masculine type jobs, they didn't go to university or college, right? They don't have all those student loan debts. And so they were able to amass money a lot faster. Some of them were able to purchase houses that they later sold, or they rent out now that they're married. So, I mean, I think there could be a benefit.
So it really
That,
doesn't matter what job she does, as long as she has the mentality of a wife. And what you're saying
Hmm.
is like most, if not most, sex workers probably don't have the mentality of a wife.
Oh heck
Yes.
no.
And a girl who's a hard worker, though she's doing a hard job, and you're saying that she more than likely will have the mindset to be a wife or learn to be if she's able to do such a hard laboring job, because comparative
yeah,
the skill sets are relatively different, but at the same time.
yeah.
Right. As far as a woman being the manager of the household, right?
Mhm.
That's her job. Her job is the nitty gritty. It's the micro. And so a woman who is managing her money and has the self-respect, isn't selling herself looking for the easy way out, right? Yeah, I think that she has better wife qualities, including, fidelity and virtue, amongst other things. So I do think that's important. But on the other side, right? Yeah, these cam girls and stuff, they are better practiced at playing the perfect woman, right?
I have a
No,
Playing
question
no,
for you,
no,
Classy
no,
Red.
and
no, no.
whatever.
I disagree with that completely.
You don't think so?
No, hell no. Cam
No,
girl?
no, they
No.
didn't practice at doing. They only practice at selling their sexuality. And
Yeah.
let's be honest, though, when you meet a cam girl in real life, they be talking about. All I heard was horror stories. It's just like a girl who looks pretty. You go to her house, and you just see it like junk clothes. It smells like trash in there. Like
Yeah,
what you
they're
see on
not
the
changing.
screen might just be a little pocket of the room they cleaned up, but everything else in their life is messy. I'm like,
Right.
if you're dedicating all this work into doing sex work, we especially camming, what I hear from those is like it's hard work behind the scenes. Like you have to do the lighting, the setup,
Mhm.
and then you got to get your poom poom blasted for hours responding. I'm like, that sounds like a lot of work. Are you really enjoying that?
And you got to get
No.
in flexible positions and make
That's
sure you
what
got the right angles.
you know what this reminds me of? Porn stars. Like people who date and
Exactly.
marry porn stars. I'm like, I don't want a wife who's a porn star. She getting gotten out by BBCs every day, and then she come home tired and complain about her work. I'm like, you
don't
just
kiss her.
got a BBC smackdown, and you complaining about it. And I know I ain't getting none because you're tired now, quote unquote
Yeah,
tired.
that's
And
the
I'm like,
problem.
Mhm.
and I'm just looking at this and like, you want me to kiss you? You want me to do the oral on you? And I know where all those hoes have been. Actually, I can pull up the video and just see.
Yo,
Right.
someone actually did that. I think it was in the last week or two. I swear to God, I watched this video. I can't remember which content creator put it out there. And it's like a dude who's dating. It's probably MTR. It was a dude who's dating like a porn star, right? So he picks her up from the shoot, and the first thing he does, he does that kiss me, when you pucker your lips, and
Mhm.
she went to lean in. She's like, wait, no, I just did a scene, babe. And he's like, oh, okay, okay. But he looked disappointed. He wouldn't kiss it. I'm like, bro. Oh my God, wait, she's a porn star? What the hell is happening? I'm like, yo, buddy wants to kiss her after this scene. I'm like, okay, yeah,
I'm happy that she actually thought about him for a second. Man, I just
right?
I mean, she's considerate. She
It is
understands, like,
considered.
At
Yeah.
least.
yeah. I mean, she might have brushed her teeth after the scene, but she's like, it's still like, I gotta wait a couple
It's
hours
fresh.
because that I can still feel that man's dick and semen, and
Yeah.
it's like just for you, babe. Just no kissing.
I
Damn.
remember one time I live out in Los Angeles. I remember one time I went to a porn convention,
Uh-oh.
and one of the girls actually tried to touch me. I was like, "Oh my God, how dare you? I'm a watcher."
Mm.
That's funny.
No. You know what? When porn, well, when the internet and therefore internet porn was newer, I knew a porn star. Y'all might, or y'all older, you might have heard of this one. It was ideepthroat.com. That was her website.
No, I don't
Um,
know who that is.
yeah, she didn't even leave her house. She was just dating a dude
Hey,
with a
Trini.
no, she's a white girl. And she was dating this a black dude with a very big, thick, long one, right? And so she recorded herself giving her man head. That's in essence what she did. And she made hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is in the 90s. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. She was making money
That's
left, right,
not
and
a
center
bad
from just filming
idea.
herself give her man a blowy. Because the thing is, internet porn was not like what it is now, right? Like you had to try to
Yeah.
download something and what they didn't have Pornhub and all of that, right? So her website was gold.
Yeah.
And then you know what? When she made enough money for her and her daughter, And, she went and bought herself a giant house, paid for the full thing, full in cash, paid for her car, full in cash, paid for her child's college fund, full in cash. So by the time it matures, man, that kid's going to be rolling in it. And she was good.
Blowjob.
Yeah,
Had
but
like
here's
20
the thing.
You must be
yachts.
real good
If
at
you
it, too.
people with money know how you got the money, and most people, like I said, we're all about community. So if they know you got the money from doing drugs, killing people, or selling that poom poom, you think if your daughter goes to that school where it's a high tutoring, like uppity people, and they know what your mama did, that daughter's gonna be picked on so bad. And let's be real, these kids, they ruthless. They be experts on this looking up game. They find out that your mama did some
How they
yummy
know
yummy.
who mama that is, though?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. She, in real life, right, when I first met her, right, she was just wearing her glasses. She didn't really wear makeup. She throws her hair into a messy bun. She wears baggy kind of sweats. She didn't look anything like the chick on the website at
So
all. Because
she's hiding herself. So
Yeah.
well, no, she's just not the kind of girl. She doesn't like makeup and looking all fussy like that. She did it for the scene,
Camera.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in real life, like even the kind of makeup she would do in real life is not what she used for the scene. So kids, or even like me, I knew that's where we were going. I knew we were going to go meet this girl, and we got to her house, and I honestly thought she was just the roommate, and we were going to meet the girl from IT Throat in a minute. It's like, wait, oh, this is your one? Really? Like I was so
Right.
surprised. Like
So
she didn't look anything the same.
Yeah.
but did
so
she ever tell her significant other that she was doing porn?
He was in the porn with her, so
yeah,
yeah,
that was the dude.
he knew.
So that
Yeah.
sounds like a good couple. Like at least they do it together, you know. But most of these
Yeah, that's
girls
what
who
I
do this
said.
stuff are single and they're dating and they're complaining about how no man will like
What about
wife
that
them
that
up.
hot chick though? You know that hot chick? Her name is Lexi something. She's like the hottest chick on Instagram.
I don't know who
You
you're
know,
talking about. You got a picture or
man,
something?
you need to know who I'm talking about. I can't say it. No, she's like the new girl. You know what I'm saying? She's hot, man. Some light skinned chick. She got it all. And the thing is, she do porn too. I'm telling you that she's like
Mm.
Lana Rhodes. She's like that popular.
Lana
So
Rose,
Mm.
who's that?
Lana Rhodes, a porn star. Like remember Mia
Yeah.
Khalifa? You remember Mia
Oh, I
Khalifa?
remember Mia
I
Khalifa
I
because
know
she's in
Yeah,
Mia
that sports
personally.
world.
exactly. She's like Mia Khalifa was like super popular when she was hot because she was like Arabic or
Yeah. Only thing
and
I hear
then
about her is how she self-destructed her life now, and I'm just like,
yeah,
dang.
she's all
Yeah, she's
she blew
Lebanese
her money.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, Lebanese. Yeah. This new chick. I forget. I'm about to look her up right now. But
Was anybody
man, she
surprised when Mia
attractive.
Khalifa got divorced?
No, I'm not. I wasn't. I wasn't surprised. But I'm gonna tell you why. I can tell you
Yeah,
why because
Lexi though.
the guy
Let me see.
wasn't what she really wanted.
I mean, that makes sense. Like,
If you date a sex worker, I listen, it's not surprising. If you date somebody that whatever job a woman does outside the house, she's gonna be lacking that inside the house. So if she's a sex worker, she's not gonna have sex with you like that because she already has sex. If she's a nurse, she's not gonna be as nurturing because she's giving nurture out. Whatever she does outside for a job, this is a high. Matter of fact, nurses, I heard nurses make the worst mothers because number one, they work a whole lot of hours,
Uh-huh.
like
and
doctors.
number two, that maternal instinct to like be nurturing is being fulfilled. They come home, they don't want to do none of that. So whatever profession or whatever job a woman is doing outside the house, she ain't gonna want to do it in the house like that, and that's just a fact. And
Why
it
do
makes
women
sense
say
to
they're
me.
bored when they're in the house, though? I never understood that.
Because they're just here's the thing, right? So and also I don't have children, right? So I'm sure that affects the dynamic slightly. But in the real world, without my back injury in my way, right, it doesn't really take all that long to make sure that the house is perfectly clean, the laundry's done, and food for 3 meals a day is cooked. It really doesn't. It actually doesn't take a lot of time. So if all you're doing is sitting around, other than that, because I can do all of that while I was going to school full time and working part time. So because I'm in practice from doing that, when I don't have school and whatever on my books, it's gonna take like 10 seconds of your life. It doesn't take very long if you're good at it. So then if you're good at it and it doesn't take very long, then what the hell else are you doing? You're just normally just sitting around waiting for your husband to get home. But here's the problem with that is that your husband, although I'm sure he loves you and he wants to see you, he also wants to do other shit, right? My husband right now, he's playing video games. You know why? Because he likes to do that, right? And if all I'm doing is sitting at home waiting for him to come home, and now he's like, oh, babe, I don't want to have conversations or quality time. I want to play video games. Then I'm bored. It's hurting
And
my
give him a
feelings because I've been
background
Wait,
waiting
while
for
he's
you.
playing the game.
question, Classy Red. Do you have a garden?
No.
I see. Back in the day, I know that we didn't have all this convenient food, so especially women, they had to like take care of gardens and stuff. And I know gardening is a hard job to do.
Not
So,
here. So
not
I
where
live
you
in
are.
Canada where it snows like 6 months of the year. So even when I lived in a house instead of a condo, there's 6 months of the year you're not growing anything at all because
Oh,
there's
so
snow and ice
well,
on
they
the
have
ground.
a
Yeah.
greenhouses. You know, you can create yourself a greenhouse, take care of the plants, uh, and
What
actually, you don't have
giant
kids.
property do you
It's
think
not
we live
Lexi
on?
doll.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
what?
I thought you had a thing, Sexy Red. I mean, Classy Red.
Actually, they have smaller greenhouses that you can do inside the house now. Actually, you don't have to have a gigantic greenhouse like in the outdoors no more.
I have heard of, I mean, I remember hearing of someone developing something like that. I also remember it was not, it was a pretty penny, let's put it that way. Um,
Agreed.
but the thing is, right, is that the amount, if you think about, well, I don't know about y'all. I can't speak for y'all. I just think about the amount of vegetables and fruit and grains that we eat on a weekly basis because I make sure that I prepare a really healthy meal. So like a lot of times instead of eating rice, we're eating riced cauliflower. Or instead of eating pasta, we're eating zucchini that's spiralized to look like pasta. You know how many zucchinis it takes to make one bowl of that might last a few days? It's a lot. That's about 12, 14 zucchinis, right?
Mhm.
And that's that's like a week max of zucchini. So when I think about how much we eat on a monthly basis, right, I would really have to have my own whole damn farm, right, in order to honestly feed us just from what I could grow on my own. And to be honest with you, to try to get that amount of land in Southern Ontario, you'd have to be like a multi millionaire, right? Like I literally live in a box right now, and this is already too expensive, but my house that I'm currently renting out now, right, is 1,500 square feet and is worth almost $900,000. And the backyard is boxy too, right? So I mean, property values way up for very little space. So
Classic Ruby question.
yes, sir.
You said Ontario. Are you in California?
No, I mean I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Canada. Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
Toronto, Ontario. I know there's an Ontario CA here, an Ontario CA there, but province and country over here.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say is like there are plenty of stuff to do at home. Like your situation when it comes to food, like if the trucking stops, if all the stores shut down, and nobody knows how to grow or maintain themselves, it's going to be epidemic.
It'll be a problem. I heard about that trucking protest up there. I don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't affect as much as they would like it to. I mean, I'm not saying it's not affecting anything, but it doesn't affect as much as it would like it to, which is why our country didn't completely capitulate to them. They did slightly. I covered it on our show on Just Ask Shar on Saturday. They did slightly give in, but it didn't affect us enough because ultimately what it comes down to, and I mean, we even saw it at the start of the pandemic when borders were closed and stuff. Canada understands the majority of our country, with the exception of maybe like BC, it snows 6 months of the year. Sometime in some of the provinces, crazy amounts of snow, like up to your damn head, 6 feet tall. So we have to have sources of food available year round that are flown in, shipped in, driven in, something, right? Like we have to. We can't just rely on what's just local to here. We can't. So there's always a plan B and C and D and E in Ontario, Canada, at least.
Do you guys like have a fallout shelter or something?
Oh, great conversation, y'all. I gotta go. Class Ruby, thank y'all for inviting me. I'll see y'all on the next show.
All right, Classy. Thanks for coming.
All right, no problem. Y'all take it easy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we have a fallout shot. To be honest with you, I'll keep it a buck. I don't necessarily know things like that. I know I should, but that's not where my area of interest was, so I didn't study it much.
Like, do you have a bug out bag at least if stuff just goes to crap?
Well, no. What I have is
A bomb shelter.
probably no, like like I mean, if like radiation waves hit, then yeah, we're dying, right? But like if it like as of at least especially since the pandemic hit, right? It's like okay, well, we're gonna need food, right? Canned foods, anything
Oh,
that can actually stay shelf-stable. So we have a lot of that to last like several months if we needed to rely solely on that. Plus a lot of stuff, frozen foods and stuff. So just in case. But, canned food isn't ideal. I'd rather have fresh, vegetables. So we kind of keep the cans just in case and keep the dried beans and the dried stuff just in case. And then, live off the fresh stuff we're buying weekly.
I want to say something because you just said something. The pandemic that exposed a lot of this is gonna be that exposed a lot of like everyone was in the house and you seen the women that could cook and the women that could maintain the house. You seen it clear as day. Like a lot of women had to show domestic qualities, whether they had it or not. It was highlighted, like because everybody was in the house. You know what I'm saying? So I think the pandemic, it was used for good a little bit, but it showed a lot of inadequacies with the
Oh
home
yeah.
life. Like there was a lot of breakups. Like there was pandemic babies. Like there was motherfuckers getting pregnant. But there was I mean a cuss right there, my bad. But there was a lot of breakups because now you have to deal with that person for real. You trapped in the house.
Yeah,
So
that made no sense to me. I'm like, you guys can literally put on a mask, go for a walk in the park. You guys are working from home. Y'all can literally get in the car and just drive and then trip. All you have to bring is your laptop.
Depends on where you work. No, it depends on where you work. People literally like called the police on my mom's house more than once, like her neighbors, because getting together with anyone period was illegal. Being within 6 feet of someone you don't live in the same house is illegal. So many things were illegal. People were getting slapped with $1,000 fines here for it. So depends on where you live and how strict they were. Yeah, like seriously, you could not stand 5 feet away from your mama if you bumped into her at the store. $1,000. So it was really limiting. People were out of work, out of jobs. It was crazy at the beginning. I remember because my husband was an essential worker, so he had like papers he had to drive around with to prove that legally he had a reason to be out on the road. Like seriously, it was crazy.
Man, Canada be on that weird crap. I was just chilling. I was like, man, go ahead, do what you're gonna do. I was just having the best vacations ever.
Oh yeah, no, it was serious over here. But see, this is why I understand what you're saying. On one side, you're absolutely right when it comes like to the women, because like honestly, I don't think we've even gotten fast food since pandemic started. So I'm just scared of all of that stuff where the Uber Eats people were like sneezing and coughing all over stuff, and delivery people is just disgusting. And I'm a germaphobe, so we don't even order out at all anymore. So yeah, being able to cook 3 meals a day and provide healthy, nutritious food that, doesn't make your mood shit and whatever is useful. And then you have, on the other side, you have men, let's be real, because I've had this conversation before. Women find men, when we're talking about provision, it's not just money, it's also about men being men and being manly men. You're going to fix that. You're going to take care of that, whatever. And some men, not only did they not learn the skills ever before, how to, I don't know, take care of a plumbing problem, a pipe problem, how to fix a hinge, anything, because they just always have been able to hire someone to go do it, right? But they don't really have the interest in it. So, when you're in this place, it was limited where suddenly now it's like, okay, people don't want to come into your house because they're scared and whatever. So you got to take care of it yourself, and you don't really know how. And so you're like, well, either you're not fixing it at all or not fixing it right. And now she's mad at you for that. So now she doesn't even want to try. So now she burnt that roast for the 15th time.
Wait, why is she mad you're trying to fix something?
Well, I think it's more, this is the thing. People don't know anything about each other. Do you know if people are married and don't know shit about each other? They don't communicate, right? Yeah, they don't communicate. They don't really pay attention. So it was only when they were stuck with each other that they realized, oh, wait a minute. My man doesn't take pride in this, that, and the next thing. Wait, my woman really, really can't cook? Like, they just didn't know. They really didn't. And they didn't like each other's personalities. They didn't know that either. They don't have shared interests. Didn't know that either, right? And so they got stuck with each other. It's like, babe, I want to watch the Great Canadian Bake Off. And you're like, I
You see,
hate baking shows. I want to watch an action movie. I hate action movies. Right? Like, it's just like they had nothing in common. They didn't know that because
it-
they were really busy fucking and, sorry, excuse my language, and going to work. And that was it. They didn't actually
you
communicate.
see, in the Western world, especially in the modern Western world, where your parents usually don't have any say in how you choose your partner, and people are just meeting and getting together, then marrying. When you don't know something on a fundamental level, I just blame it on the couples, because back in the day, your parents used to have to vet them. They used to actually just have to have the same social class. There used to be a lot of classism and stuff like that. And they used to get married. They might not like the person, but here's the difference between now and then. If you were stuck in a house with a person and your parents vet them, they come from the same social background, they have the same class or something. You might come to actually like them because you're like, they have the same experience, like your friend or something. So I can see the difference where that happens, especially like basically freedom with a lack of vetting is the problem. What I'm hearing from your story.
Yeah, lack of vetting, but then also there's this entitlement with modern people in general that they don't actually think that they have to personally be responsible for anything. Because when I have that discussion where I say, no, women like a man who will get his hands dirty and fix a pipe or change the oil and stuff, right? We like that. It's a thing in our brains, like yeah, he'll take care of stuff, right?
That man in uniform.
Right, and that's why, right? And then men will say, well, what if I make enough money that I can just pay someone to do it, right? So there are men who are just not interested. Why should I have to do it myself, right? But then there are women who are doing the same stuff with cooking and cleaning. Why should I have to do it myself? Why can't I just pay for a maid? Why can't I just pay for takeout, right?
Because you can't afford a maid, number one. But number two, that's what feminism did too. That's another facet. Like there's traits there's like traits of manhood that was lost too. Like there's dudes that don't even know how to change a tire. Like you don't know. You don't know you don't know any woodwork. You don't know how to read a tape ruler, nigga. You don't know how to do nothing that men traditionally knew how to do. And
well, that depends on which class of men. Like I said, there's always been classes of men. There's always been people who were better leaders than builders, but they understood the process of it. So it really didn't change.
I'm talking about the majority of men. I understand that there's men that are just rich, right? Just rich people that's not going to care or want to do anything because they don't have to. But I'm talking about like your average dude. Like if you get a flat tire and you don't know what to do, you're gonna call AAA for like a flat tire when you got a spare. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. We live in like privileged times in a sense, but because of how society is going, we got this equal thing. Everyone's equal. Women are equal. So men ain't got to lift a finger to change a tire. Nothing, right?
You understand that tires, not even like the idea of changing a tire is relatively new according to our civilization. Like you used to do carriages. They used to like have like axle braking. Like historically speaking, like men used to have to take care of horses.
Right.
That used to be our transportation.
You're going way too far back.
Yeah, like let's not do all that because I can change a tire in like.
I'm just highlighting a few
domestic skills that were associated towards men, and you're saying like they can't do it now, but that is an indicator of like maybe society changing in a sense.
Well, then you have to make the same argument for women.
Right. It's the same problem. It comes down to, and that's why I said people are very entitled today and don't think that they have to do anything themselves. There's always a way, an easy button so that they don't have to take care of things. Right. And that's the problem. And it really is a problem on both sides. We talk about the women's side more because, you eat 3 meals a day. Right. And because if you live in filth, it'll make you sick and make you tired and a bunch of stuff. Right. So these are like daily problems. Right. But like those things where like, something breaks in the house and it's like, well, technically it would take 5 screws to fix it. Right. But like, hey, no one told him, honestly, how to really pick up that screwdriver and pick up some screws and fix that problem. And as crazy as that might sound to some men who, they've just been doing those basics from time, or people like myself who whatever problems my mom had, I had to fix them from a very young age, so I can fix everything.
Yeah.
Right. But like for some, how it sounds crazy to some people, I've literally met men who were like, they were paralyzed almost in fear. Right. Some of my guy friends, even, right,
Yeah.
they've called me over when their girl went to work. Okay. And they secretly called me over to fix something for them and teach them how to do it, because they really
Well,
just didn't
that's
know
the
how to do
thing.
it
They have a
for real.
teacher. A man is a problem
Yeah.
solver. He learned how to do the job by getting a teacher and stuff, doing it himself and screwing it up. So to me, that's because here's the thing: if you weren't a woman and it was just another man, a dude just calls up his homeboy like, "Hey man, my pipe broke. I don't know what to do, and you know my girl, man. Can you help a brother out? Because you know your man knows how to do this, so he helps you get instruction. That's how just apprenticeship is basically. You don't know anything, but you know the person who knows the information, and you seek out the information. But I think we're shaming people for not knowing and seeking it out at this point, right?
No, what we're doing is no, because the problem is not that. The problem is that issue of seeking out help to teach you how to do something you don't know is different than seeking out someone to do it for you, so that way you never know and you never learn. They're two completely different things.
Okay, that makes more
right?
sense.
But
Yeah.
I was highlighting like, okay, the thing is, we point out what women don't know how to do, because honestly, because of like how society going modern times, feminism, the female job in a relationship has completely been like obliterated. Like nobody knows what a woman's supposed to do. That's why I said earlier, like dudes asking, what do you do? What do you bring to the table? Like that art has been lost. But on the other side too, because we're moving in these times, there's things about manhood that's been lost too. A lot of dudes don't got fathers, right? So they don't know certain things, and it's not their fault, but there's certain traits of manhood that's lost too. It's not like men always provided, men always made money, so we got that part. But when it comes down to just regular like man stuff, like learning how to fight, like learning how to shoot, like learning how to build a tree house. I'm just talking shit. But the point is, they don't even know how to be like stoic at all. Like they don't know how to. They don't really know how to be a man in its entirety. Like a lot of that's lost too. So I was just pointing out. Look how bad. Like look at what feminism really has done. Look at the cost. You feel me? Like
I'm
it's
thinking
bad.
of an example where you're talking about Kanye West and Kim Kardashian.
Right.
His wife is getting blowed out by Pete Davidson right now. And here's the thing: Pete Davidson was engaged to Ariana Grande and all the mental stuff. So I see Kim Kardashian taking advantage of a mentally unstable man. Okay. And I see Kanye West as a mentally unstable man who married ex porn star billionaire whose family life drama shows that her family is unstable.
You know what? Someone, and I cannot remember who it was, and to be honest with you, it was probably a woman who made this, but I thought it was a really excellent point. But someone made kind of like a documentary type video about Kanye. And basically what they showed was like when Kanye started, sure, did he have the talent and you know all these things, right? That he could have blown up and become someone. Yes, but he didn't have the knowledge to refine that and to, you know, make that this pointed like spear to like, you know, hit the target of success. And then his ex before Kim is the one who taught him that, right? And shaped him to understand that and to start moving in that way. And then once he learned it, right, he went, oh well, the one thing I could really use, you know, is a bump. And where did he go? To the Kardashians, who are very good at
I
getting
thought
that
he
bump.
was like simp love Kim Kardashian.
No, yeah. If you look at, I swear, because honestly, there's stuff I knew, but I didn't really put it all together, just because you know I'm so used to paying attention to Kanye's exploits and Kim's exploits, right? But in a way, right before Kim, even though Kanye had this love and understanding of fashion, right? He, as much as he had the talent and the uniqueness, right? No one would give him a break, right? But the Kardashians are the ones who gave him validity so that he could then push his fashion, right? And then the Kardashians, who are amazing at staying relevant, right, only wear his line of clothing. All of them. Every single one of them. Every time you see them, that's what they're wearing.
Do you
Right.
think
So
Kim regrets doing the video? Because I feel like everybody brings it up, and it's been almost a decade or two.
That video was whack.
do I think what?
That was the worst
Kim
porn
regrets
ever.
doing the sex video because I feel like everybody still brings that up, even though she's like a millionaire or something.
No, of course not. No, of course not. Listen, she's not stupid. She did it 1,000% on purpose, the same way Paris Hilton did, because she saw how Paris Hilton, being a rich heiress but otherwise irrelevant, was catapulted into success and fame and relevancy by her sex
What
tape.
happened
She
to
just did
Paris
the same
Hilton? Is she
thing.
still alive?
She's married.
She is still alive. Yeah.
Did she
she's
get
still
married?
alive.
Yeah, she got married to somebody. I
Damn.
want to marry
Yeah.
her too, all that damn money.
I don't know, man. These guys marrying women, I
You wanna
guess.
I would marry Paris. Just
I don't know, man.
Yo, honestly, Paris in her sex video looked like she had never given head a day in her life. So, she probably it was pretty worthless.
She a lot of them that be, even Amber Rose, the ones that be talking a lot of sex talk, they really ain't that good at it, man. Because you know what it is? Having sex with one guy 1,000,000 times, you're gonna be real good at sex versus having sex just, flu, like, how chicks do, like him here, him, over there, like, and every guy's different. Like the ones that stick with one guy, they be knowing what they're doing. The ones that just be hoes, they kind of corny. I ain't gonna lie to you.
See, I think that's an important point to make, though, and I don't think we make the point enough, and people don't necessarily understand it, right? So I will speak a lot about myself, right? I'm very open and honest over here, and I'll speak about, my thoughts, feelings, beliefs, my actions, whatever. And a lot of people, right, they'll call me masculine. They'll say, "See, that's why women like you stay single for life." And I'm like, I'm not single, though. I'm married very happily, right? But it's because at the end of the day, men are not a monolith, right? And so because men are not a monolith, they all want and need different things. They have different requirements in order to basically complement them and to help catapult them towards their own visions and goals and, successes. So I would be terrible for, maybe someone like GC, right? But for my husband, I'm someone amazing. Like he couldn't even imagine half of the stuff that I've been able to provide to him as a wife in our marriage. He didn't even know he was looking for those things until he got them in me, right?
GC
So
just want a sandwich.
he does. He does. But I'm just saying, right? Like there's gonna be a woman who she's not just willing to submit to her man and whatever, but there's also different personality types, right? There's also people have different strengths and weaknesses. Me having these, the physical strengths that I have as far as being able to change a tire and do this and that, whatever, right? That isn't really something that we were talking about it yesterday. Right on Chantel Simone's panel, right? It's like, yeah, that's not something he wants in his woman, right? But for my husband and for people I've dated in the past, those things were actually pluses. Those are things they actually wanted in a woman, right? So, men are not a monolith, and we have to, for all we want to judge people like Kanye and Kim, bro. When you start making multi-millions of dollars, you can judge their relationship and their actions. Because until then, like we're not even this in their stratosphere.
Well,
you know what
here's the
I mean?
thing:
Like,
the
they're just in a
community
different world.
needs to judge those around them so we can vet who we take in. Like, the consumption of information is a very key thing. That's why it's very dangerous for younger people to consume a lot of social media, because they might show dysfunctional behaviors that they might deem as normal. So we have to be careful what we take in ourselves. So when we take in like dysfunctional relationships like Kim and Kanye, we don't need to know what happened in their marriage. Here's the thing: if Kim wasn't so vocal or Kanye wasn't so vocal about what happened, and they just showed like, here's a man, here's a woman, they went through some stuff when they're younger, now they're the golden couple, it would show that maybe there's a redemption path, there's like people change and everything. But we see the train wreck. We see like, here's him, here's her. We look in their past, we look at their behaviors, and we try to evaluate them as normal human behavior. Like you said earlier, the fight or flight situation that compels us because of our evolution, that also happens with the relationships as well, and choosing a mate.
Well, see, I agree with you, right? But at the same time, the problem is, right, on one side, right, without knowing what happened within the marriage, within the relationship, right? Just judging the part that finally reached us, right, often is going to lead us to make erroneous assumptions. And then, so we're not really even evaluating what we're seeing correctly. But more importantly, is that even the assumptions we're making are so like we can't think on the I am worth $100 billion a year. We can't think on that level. We can't, right? Like it's not in
Yeah,
our
but
realm
we
of
can.
let me finish. It's not even on our realm of experience. And not only that, because it's not in our realm of experience, we honestly can't relate to the priorities, wants, and needs of being at that level. We can't.
I gotta disagree to that because
I disagree as well.
yeah, because just because they know they make money don't mean they know how to maintain a relationship. As you can see, there's a lot of Hollywood couples that go from partner to partner. You feel me? So that they might understand
Leonardo
how to,
DiCaprio.
right. So and here's how you know they were like messed up. Kim Kardashian, I could have sworn she hyphenated her name, Kim Kardashian West. When a woman does that, first, that's disrespectful. You understand? Because she's saying that she's maintaining her independence while taking your protection and resources at the same time. It's disrespectful for that man. He's supposed to be willing to fight and die for you, but you hyphenate. Whoa, you hyphenate
But
your name.
but you know why that doesn't, and I agree
What?
with you. Hold on, I agree with you when it comes to normal people. But here's the thing: when you're talking about actors, actresses,
Here we
people
go.
who literally are a brand unto themselves, right? Like Jennifer Aniston,
Here's the thing,
right?
because they're a brand on themselves, they should have to represent themselves at a higher standard. Dysfunction on them is 10 times amplified. That way destroys their brand. That's why I'm saying they should have.
No, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're not responding to the point that I'm making about the brand, right?
Oh, I'm
Because
sorry.
you're talking about them within their relationship. I'm not. I'm talking about them as actors and actresses and musicians. They are literally their
So that's
actual
the problem.
name. Hold on. Their
That's the problem. Go ahead.
their actual name, right? Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie. Those names are what they have been selling and working their entire lives, right? So their
Yeah.
name, how they choose to walk around in their private lives, right, and introduce themselves to friends and family versus how they market themselves in their next movie are two different things. Because if I as someone making a movie, right, I'm gonna pay Angelina Jolie. I'm gonna pay her $50 billion for this movie. You know why I'm paying her that much money? Sure, she's an all right actress, obviously, but it's for the name because Angelina Jolie, that name, Angelina Jolie, is worth that money, right?
Yeah,
Forget the actress,
see, okay,
the
I got
name.
you. I got
Her
you. So
changing her name
that
literally devalues her brand,
I
I
got
think I
you.
come
I
up
got
with a
you.
great
right? So it's
analogy.
a little different.
It points right back to the topic. Women putting their careers ahead of marriage and husband and children. Because the fact that she's going to maintain her name because of the brand and sacrifice her marriage, that is fundamental. That is feminism. That's why
No,
the
it's
divorce
not.
occurred. Yeah, it
Okay,
is.
okay. Let me say
That
this.
is the problem.
To
The
me,
career element.
it sounds the same thing that you're saying. Like, here's Putin. He's a world leader, respected by
Putin.
everyone. But then you look at his history and
Putin.
you see all the crap he's
Yeah.
done. But you're saying no, he's still a world leader that you have to respect. I'm like, no, I've researched this man, and he's a dangerous man. And if you want to follow that and put that as your idol, that's up to you. But I disassociate myself with those type of people because of mindset. Like we said, it's a group thing. So if you have a bunch of Dottie McCheater hoes as your friends, and you expect your husband to not think that you are one of them, he's like, that's insane.
Which is not the same thing. Because here's the thing, right? Even before feminism, even before the first wave of feminism, when you had female actresses who, because again, what is most valuable in women?
Man, I
Youth
miss
and
Betty
beauty,
White.
right? Youth and
She was a
beauty.
real one.
What is most valuable in women? Youth and beauty. So when women get into the performance arts industries, right, it tends to be when they're very young. Okay. So the brand is being created before they're married. Now, here's the thing, though, that brand is the value, right? Just like her face, everything about her, right? When that chick from Dirty Dancing changed her nose, guess what? We never saw her act ever again because that giant nose that she had was part of her brand. And when you change it, people no longer recognize you. right? They need to recognize your name and your face. That is what you're selling as an actor or actress, right? So therefore, it's not about hold on, because it's always been like this, even before feminism. Your name is your brand. That has nothing to do with the way you're really living in real life. It actually doesn't. That your name is your brand, and so you're being sold as Jennifer Aniston, as Angelina Jolie, as Jada Pinkett, as whatever. If you got famous before you got married, that's what it is.
Listen. See, you got a very egalitarian way of looking at it. Listen, all right. When a woman makes money, okay, and sometimes it depends on how, but when she makes money and she makes a lot of money, it starts to make her feel like a provider, like dominant. You understand? I'll ask you and Melody this question if Melody's still there.
Hey, Mel.
I'm back.
Okay, this is what I want to. This is what I want to listen.
Mhm.
Do women want to be the more beautiful one in a relationship?
Of course.
Right. I agree to that. Okay. Should men be the one that makes the most money in a relationship?
I think so.
Okay, that's good too. Now listen, if a man starts to become the more beautiful one in a relationship, isn't that gonna make the woman feel a type of way?
Of course.
Yeah, so the same way with a man, when you start making as much or more than a man, it's gonna cut into it's gonna cut into his masculinity, it's gonna cut into his manhood. You're gonna start becoming a boss chick. And what happened with Kim Kardashian is all of that money, all those resources. What happened? She starts to think, oh, I'm on the same level. I'm a boss chick. Da da da.
Right.
And then she hyphenates her name and shit like that. Like she starts to cut into what the man's role is. You feel me? Like a man wants to kind of like brag and shine about how well he provides for his wife. But if his wife is providing for herself, then there's gonna be like this conflict of interest. It's gonna be okay, who's supposed to do what now? What are the roles? You understand
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
that's
saying?
only to people who have been conditioned to believe that protect and provide by a man literally is only
It's
financial,
in
right?
you.
But
So,
that's a culture thing. I
But
just want to
That's
say this.
Ruby,
I
but
think
I've
that's
been
a big
conditioned
part
to
of it
believe
though,
that.
Ruby. I
No, no,
think
no,
the
no.
financial part is a big part of it.
But see, but no, I don't. I wasn't conditioned to believe that a man has to make more than you and be
yeah,
competing so
I
much with
peeped
Now,
the
that.
Joneses.
I
Ruby,
peeped that.
Otherwise,
wait,
his
hold on,
value
Ruby.
as a
I just,
provider is diminished. I was not conditioned
Yeah,
to
we
believe
know.
that.
We
Ruby,
know.
I just want to say
Right.
this. You're defending Kim Kardashian, who had 4
I
divorces.
am not. I'm actually not defending Kim Kardashian. What I'm actually talking about, and this is what I'm saying, there are different things. It's a different thing to be a brand, right? And so your name is your brand, and you be a regular Joe Blow chick on the street and want to hyphenate your name. Those are
So you're
two
saying
different
Ruby,
things.
you're saying they have special privileges? Because I'm just
No,
saying. So
that has
then,
nothing
what's
to
the
do with
argument?
privilege,
Then what's the
right? Because
argument?
well,
Ruby.
see, I keep trying, but then y'all interrupt me. I'm trying to. I'm hoping when y'all interrupt me, you're gonna get it. Okay, listen. Okay, this is what it comes down to, right? Me as a wife, my name is not hyphenated. I take my husband's name, right? I, right? Why did I do that? Because my husband is the head of my household, right? When I am introduced, I am Mr. and Mrs., right? His last name, not mine, right? Because I am his wife. I'm under his direction. He's the head of my household, right? That is the natural order of things.
Yes.
However, hold on, hold on. Now hear me out for a second, okay?
Uh-oh.
That is how I would live regardless. But if before I had met him, let's say one of my dreams had come true. Let's say one of my acting dreams had come true, and I became a huge superstar,
I
right?
can see
And
that.
so my name Ruby Reed, right? That is my brand, Ruby Reed. The way my face was, everything about me, I'm already branded that I met him. In my personal life, in my personal life, I would still be Mr. and Mrs. his last name. That is my identity. That's who I am in my household. But as a product that is being sold in the entertainment industry, I would still be Ruby Reed. Right?
Okay.
Because that at the end of the day, that is my brand. That's what the producers and everyone, that's what they're paying for, is for my brand, which includes my name and my face and my everything, my look, everything, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, even though I'm branded as Ruby Reed, right? And that's gonna continue because that's what that's what they're selling, right? In my personal life, I'm Mr. and Mrs. his last name because he's still the head of my household, regardless of the fact that I have a brand. That's just the way the entertainment industry works. It's a different thing. Hold on. It is a different thing than being a woman who is just regular Joe Blow. She's just a regular Joe Blow, lawyer, doctor, working at customer service, whatever. And she decides, I'm keeping my last name. So you can either take my last name or we can both hyphenate or I'll hyphenate because I'm keeping my last name in my personal life. So hold on, let me finish. See, the problem is,
Keep
right?
on
Because you're
going,
not.
though.
No, I know, but the problem is that if you actually just listen to the whole point all at once, right? Then you'll get the whole point. But you're trying to just wait. You're just listening to respond instead of to really try to understand, right? Because I'm actually really saying something that's actually very valid. So now here's the thing. If I was just a regular person, my last name is not part of my brand. That is just the name I was given at birth. Okay. Now I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I work in customer service, whatever. I meet a man. I love that man. And he marries me and I keep my last name or I hyphenate. And I'm doing that in my personal life. That's a power move. That is a move saying, I do not own or claim your last name. You don't own me, sir. I am still mine.
Yeah.
In my personal life.
Yeah.
Not as a brand, not as whatever, on my personal life. That's a personal attack. That is a personal decision I'm making every single day against my husband. When they introduce us, they say Mr. Him and Mrs. Me or Ms. Me because I won't take his last name.
Yeah.
Right? I'm shitting on his last name. I refuse to take his last name personally, privately. I refuse to take his last name. That is a different story. Okay, now y'all can go ahead.
He said that
real
was
quick
disrespect,
before
and
I
I agree.
continue, I see that Game Changer super chatted us again, Ruby. He said, "See what happens without kitchen and bed
Yeah,
bedrock."
I saw that.
Yeah, I didn't see it because I was walking my dog. But thank you, Game Changer. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Game
Thank you very
Changer?
much.
Are you there? He must still be busy.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he actually said he agrees with you too, Ruby. So
Like,
oh, really?
if it's a power move
yeah,
to do
GC
that,
agreed with you.
I
Check us
agree
out. We
that
agreed
that's
on this tonight.
disrespectful.
All right.
Right,
Sorry, go
he's
ahead.
agreeing.
But the situation is, if that's a power move and you're doing a relationship, then doesn't that automatically say that's a dysfunction mentally? It's like here's the thing: you're becoming one in marriage. But here's the thing: if you're doing that as a power move, I'm like, I have to be very careful of you because I don't think you understand how that comes off to the general public and to the people that love and care for us as a couple, because they looking at that and just like giving you the side eye as well.
Yeah, I want to say this too, though. I understand you was raised to think that men and women are more so equal in a way, but the way a woman's biology is, this is why they're hypergamous anyway. The way a woman's biology is, once a man gets like, I hate to say this word, but like diminished to like a low level, it starts to kill a woman's attraction. It doesn't matter how you was raised. Your biology is always going to dictate how you feel about men. So once you get to the point where you feel like you're more than your man or your man is half of a man, once you start feeling like he's a little boy to you, like you're gonna either gonna cheat or you're gonna leave, or you're just gonna not have sex with him. You're gonna have a sexless marriage. It's gonna be stuff like that that's gonna occur. So it doesn't matter how you was raised. To me, the hyphenated thing, like how he said, and the power move, see that type of thinking. Listen, Ruby, the profession that a woman has, I said this earlier. Whatever she does outside the door, she's not going to want to do indoors, of course. But I think what you're like mixing up, women are not going to detach their professional life to their home life.
They
Like,
absolutely do all the time.
no, they do not.
Absolutely all
The
the time.
marriage divorce rate doesn't agree with you, Ruby.
Functional. That's what I'm saying. Though functional women,
Ruby, hold on, Ruby,
and functional marriages
hold
do.
on,
Yes.
hold on. I'm gonna let you.
This
You
is
go.
very small, minute.
No,
Yeah,
but
but functional women do because that's actually the healthy thing to do. The people who aren't doing that
my
are
God.
dysfunctional. We cannot use
Oh, Ruby, that's just
dysfunctional
not.
people
That's
as
the
the
mass
standard.
majority of marriages in the
Ruby, that's
dysfunction.
not how men and women are. That's not how we're built. That's not how marriage was designed. Okay, a woman has to yield to that man. She has to submit to that man. When you make money as a woman and you're in a relation and you're in a marriage with a man, that is y'all money. It's not your money. Like, in other words, like the government's gonna make y'all are intertwined. Okay, so
I
whenever,
know. I'm married.
but the way that you're talking, the way that I guess like how women see it in today's society, like oh, I got my bag and I'm in his bag too. I hear chicks say that all the time.
Yeah, and that's
And,
dysfunctional as shit. You know
like,
what? Listen, even when I was hold on, even when I was dating, even when I was dating my husband, even when I was dating my ex-boyfriend, right? The way that I have always
oh my
been
god.
in long-term relationships is what's mine is ours. It's community money,
Uh-huh.
right? Even when I made all the money or the majority of the money. Okay, I've
Yeah,
never been the one,
but the man,
never been the one who said,
Ruby,
"Oh, what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine too," or "That's his bag," or "We don't know." That to
the
me is some
Ruby,
dysfunctional as stupid shit, right? We're
but
supposed to be building together.
we got you.
Yeah.
How do you
The
build
man is
together if
still
you ain't building together? That
Yeah,
makes
the
no
we
man
can't
sense.
be
is
in
still the
functional
head though.
relationships on this channel, right, Melody?
Right.
Listen, the man is still the head though, and that's what y'all. That's
Yes,
a lot
that's
of.
what I said.
Well, when it
I
comes to
literally said that.
when it comes to financial decisions, especially the tough one, the man's word is final. And a
I also
lot of
agree.
y'all, do you
Yes,
the
I
way
literally
do
say it all the time.
what? Hey, the way you sound, I don't know, but I tell you
No,
this.
sir.
All
See,
right,
you're
you can say
conflating two different things. The problem is you're conflating, right? All these things that you keep bringing up that I actually personally for the last 6 years in this space have been pushing, right? That is my, like, literally, this is part of my rhetoric, what I talk about, how relationships
that.
should be, what women should be about. I've been saying all of these things for the last 6 years. You are conflating, though, these dysfunctional ass people, right, with this one concept that I'm talking about. It's the same thing
I'm
as me
listening to
building a
you.
brand. Hold on. It's the same thing as me building a brand on YouTube, right? If my brand on YouTube, like Sister George, for example, right? Even though she got married in her personal life, she took her husband's name, but on YouTube, she's still Sister George. And if she were to change her last name, a lot of people would literally have no idea who the hell she is. It would actually hurt her channel
I
and
thought
the
she did
development of her
change it when
channel.
she got married. Didn't she change it when she
She
got
changed
married?
her. She changed her actual name in real life,
No,
but
I
her
meant her.
username on
Yeah,
YouTube is the same. No, it's the same.
it
It's the
is.
same. Yes,
Oh,
because it's her brand. That's what. See, this is what I'm saying. It's not this YouTube. Her name, right? Her branding. This thing. I'm Classic Ruby, right? That's my branding online. That's not what I'm doing in real life. That's not my married name. That's not how I'm living in my personal life. That's my YouTube brand. That's my online brand,
Uh-huh.
right?
And you think that Kim Kardashian hyphenating her name is not a problem?
I think that Kim Kardashian being Kim Kardashian would have happened whether she hyphenated her name or not
Yeah,
because it's
yeah.
her
See,
brand.
that's the problem. Yeah, that's
well,
the
here's the
problem
thing.
right there.
It's her fourth marriage, so her doing that is like really not very conducive to starting off in a good relation, like marriage life, and we can
Yeah,
see the
it's
end
not.
result now. But if
Right.
we go back and look at the faults of it, what we do when we look back at history, we try to understand it so we won't repeat the same mistakes. That's the
Mm-hmm.
whole point of it. So what we're saying is, here's Kim Kardashian. Here's some things we observe. Here's some things we will not take going forward and personalizing into our relationships. For instance, hyphenating the name, as you said, is a power move. I would say if a woman does that, that should be now a red flag because
Of
where did she
course.
get such an idea from?
Right.
And if that idea came from someone like Kim
She's
Kardashian, who
separating
doesn't have
herself.
a good
Yeah.
track record, then you have to understand her mindset. Like I said, that's a part of vetting.
Right. Right. I want to say this too, Ruby. Okay, your name is Classic Ruby right now, but if you was to blow up and you had like millions of subscribers,
Mhm.
eventually it goes to, I'm not gonna say it's go to your head, but the chances are a lot higher that it's gonna go to your head.
Hey, if you blow
And
up,
and
send me some cash out, girl. I'll take it.
yeah, I understand. I understand that it's a brand. Your name is a brand. But what
Mhm.
happens to most human beings when they get this type of attention, this type of success? What's going to happen is there's a higher chance that now you see that, oh, I'm a star. I don't need a man. You get that independent woman, you get that independence, and you start to feel like you bossed up now.
Yeah,
So
but sir, respectfully, you only start thinking like that if something has conditioned you to believe any
mhm,
parameter of that being true. And
She's
here's
I
the
already
thing.
agree.
dysfunctional. I agree.
I was not conditioned to evaluate
Not
the
you, Ruby.
right,
I
but you're
didn't say
talking
you.
about me. You said you just
No,
you
no, no. I
said
use
me.
you. Ruby, I use you as an example because you brought up the YouTube brand. Now, not
Mhm.
I actually took you out. I said not you. I don't know what you're gonna do. But with a lot of women, with the Kim Kardashian case, what happens when a woman's career is so successful? Was she gonna neglect her husband, her and her kids? She's gonna neglect marriage life. It's a higher chance. You feel me? And it isn't like, okay, she's gonna be Kim West or something. She ain't gonna just do that. She's not gonna fully identify with her man. She's gonna feel like I'm me, I'm special. He gotta follow my programming and he gotta do what I say. Even if that nigga making money too, she still got her own identity, even though she's supposed to be joint at the hip. She's supposed to be his rib. She's supposed to be joint at the hip with that man. She's all separate. She's a separate. That's why she
But
did
why
it.
does Kim K think that way? Look who raised her,
I
right?
understand, but
So hold
I
on, hold on.
understand
No, I
that.
heard you. I heard you. So now hear me, right? Okay. She was raised that way. She was conditioned that way. The problem that we have currently is what we are conditioning slash brainwashing our children to think and believe, not just about themselves, but about each other. Right? So again, I'm gonna
Question.
go back to hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying about me. I'm gonna use me as an example. Okay. So I am Class Ruby, Ruby Reed. Okay, I blow up. Now I'm making $10,000, $30,000 a month on YouTube and so on and so forth, right? Well, if I had been conditioned to evaluate, right, a man's worth based on him making more money than me and therefore me being financially beholden to him, as in if I lost him I would lose that financial benefit, and if that was the major reason, the major benefit I saw towards men, then yes, absolutely agree with you. Absolutely, I would start looking down at him. Why don't you make more money too? Right?
It's your
Because now I make more
biology.
money than you. Hold on. I would also probably think, well, hey, now that I make the money and I'm bringing in the majority, I'm the one who holds the purse strings. I'm the one who makes the decisions.
Yes.
I'm the one who, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I get you. I hear you. But not everyone's conditioned that way, right? So some
It's
people are conditioned to
it's your
value a
biology.
man. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Because
it
our
is.
biology, no, it's not.
Hypergamy.
Our biology, when we
Mm-hmm.
stopped evolving 10,000 years ago, guess what did not exist? Money.
That's
Money
cat.
didn't exist. Therefore, we did
Cat.
not evolve. No, it's not cap. It's literal. Like you can literally look it up. It's like evolutionary biology. Look it up. It's 101. 10,000 years ago, money didn't exist. Therefore, we did not evolve to respect money. We are conditioned and socialized to from birth. That's not nature, it's nurture. We are conditioned into it, which means based on our conditioning, the way we see and value money and evaluate other people's
Uh-huh.
work based on that money is going to change based on the way we are conditioned. Okay.
Money gives
And so
access to resources,
so
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 which way
what
are you
I was
respecting?
conditioned, what I was conditioned in to believe is about the inherent value of the man based on his drive, his motivations, his mindset, his logic, his intelligence, right? Those things,
Potential.
because in and of itself, a brilliant man with a lot of drive and logic, you know what? If you guys lost everything, he'd be able to get it back. Right, a man who was just, coddled and he was handed all of those things can't get it back if he loses it, right? So I was
I gotta
actually
ask
conditioned to
Ruby a good
believe
question.
and to evaluate something else. And so
I got
therefore, a woman like me, it doesn't
Ruby.
matter how much money I make. It doesn't matter how much money I make because I'm going to put all that money into our community bank and I still would be trusting my man to be managing that for us because that's why I chose him because he can do that for us. And he's the
Youngie,
one who's going to be able to
I got a
invest
question for
and
you.
make the
Yeah,
best
she's gonna keep
decisions
on.
with that
She
money.
got you. She
That's
got
what it
Youngie,
is.
I got a question for you.
good, bro.
Well, we're talking Kim Kardashian and whatever right now. So I was wondering, their kid, what with social media, what age should a kid have access to a phone and social media? Because I was watching that and I was like, I was looking, thinking now modern times or all the stuff that we can't monitor with people in cell phones. I don't think I would want my kid to have it
You're
for,
getting into teenage years.
yeah, but I, uh, what was the girl's name? She already has like a Twitch account. No, I'm sorry, TikTok. And
Mhm.
I see women on TikTok saying abort all male babies, uh how to run a bag on a man, like some very crazy stuff. And I'm like, she said parental access. I'm like, okay, she kids get into their parents' phones too. So what they parents might be looking at. Plus, she comes from a not a common family with her grandparents. So I don't know. That's a lot, especially
Yeah,
now.
like I said, they're gonna be exposed to a lot of garbage anyway. I know you try to you try to regulate it and all that, but when I was young, I was man, dude, I was smoking weed probably like 13. I ain't even gonna lie. I was smoking weed early. I was exposed to a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it was all good or it was good that I grew up fast or whatever, but you could only do so much. You're gonna have to talk to them, Matt. You're gonna have to really talk to them about a lot of stuff, especially if you want them having a TikTok and all that. That's what I say. You know what I'm saying? So it's all your parent. However you want to parent your children. If you keep them, locked away, sheltered, and all of that, they might be gullible to some of the to some things that go on outside those doors. So they got to be a little street smart. Like I
Mm.
know, yeah, you have to make your kids a little. They got to know what a shyster is. They got to know the game. You got
What's
to
a
keep.
shyster?
Well, somebody like a fast, like somebody that's gonna get over on them, like whether it's a woman getting over on a man. Like when you have a daughter, right? You gonna tell your daughter. I heard this all the time. Oh, boys only want one thing, and they tell their daughters that early. Like your daughter know that dudes want to have sex at like 9. You feel me? Like they tell them early. So if we could tell little girls that, oh, don't be fast out here, don't what I'm saying, watch out for boys early, then what else can't you tell a little boy or whatever? So I feel like that's how you want to personally raise them. That's how I feel. But
Yeah, I'd be
at the end
hearing
of
stories of little 11-year-old boys getting like smashing their teachers and stuff, or their aunts, or
well,
the
that's bad.
woman around the block.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so guys, sorry to interrupt, but I think we have to wrap it up now. We're coming on to the 4 hour mark.
okay.
No
Mhm.
problem. It was nice talking to you,
So
Mel. Classy
nice
Ruby.
talking to you too.
Hey, yeah,
But
want to do
any,
final thoughts? Should we do final thoughts?
I was about to say that. Any
Yeah.
final thoughts? Let's start with Game Changer. Are you there? Game Changer? Okay.
Okay. Hopefully you can come back before we're done. Hopefully.
Right. So Blue TV. Are you there, Blue?
Yeah.
Okay. Any final thoughts for you?
Uh, I'm black and I'm proud.
Okay.
Fuck all that.
That's good. That was good. I like
Yeah,
that one.
Nice, nice, nice.
represent.
All right. J Mont reacts. How about you?
My final thoughts. The world is messed up. The only thing you can control is yourself, and you have to vet these people out here. And your vetting might not be 100% most of the time. So if stuff happens, it happens. You have to just roll with the punches. Just understand your core values and what you can live with and live without.
Thank you for that. And Young East, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah. If a woman bench presses 300 pounds and a dude bench press 300 pounds, listen. If a dude bench presses 200 and a chick bench press 300, she gonna lose some respect. Okay. If
Mhm.
a um if a woman cuts into a man's lane when it comes to his role as a father, as a provider, if she cuts into his lane, she gonna lose respect for her, she gonna lose respect for him. And vice versa. If you see a nigga cooking and cleaning and you know what I'm saying, and doing household domesticated, you might at one point be like, damn nigga, like be a man. You might get to that point. So I feel like everybody should stay in their lane and not try and outdo the other in that in their respective spaces. You know what I'm saying? So if that takes if that takes a woman being mindful and cognitive of how she wants her man to impress her, she doesn't want to buy her own ring. You understand what I'm saying? So she should she should play into a man's ego and let him be a man and vice versa. That's what I think.
Right. Well, thanks for that final thought. I'm gonna drop everybody down. I appreciate you guys for coming. I,
Yes, thank you. It was a lively discussion on the panel and
yeah,
in the chat. Y'all did it up. Y'all really supported us. I really appreciate all of y'all because you never know how it's gonna go over. You never know for the first one, Elaine. Everyone gonna hate
exactly.
you.
I'm just trying to. It's hard doing this without everybody drop down except for Ruby. It's hard on the phone because I'm not on my computer. So
Mhm.
actually, let me see.
We're gonna have to teach you how to use cell
Well,
phone
with the
stream
phone, it's
yards.
weird. Yeah, it's not the same. Um,
You know what you can do? Like next time, don't do it now because it's gonna reset everything. But you can,
mhm.
if you look at the stream yards when you're like when you can make it look like desktop mode from your menu of the just the regular browser menu. It's like, yeah, you can click desktop mode, click on that, and then it will show you the way the stream yard looks when you're on your computer on the
Okay,
screen.
thanks. Yeah, because I'm used to doing it from my computer. On the phone, it's a little weird. But
It
yeah,
is. It is. Yeah, it's a totally different world. I know what you mean.
exactly. But this was a great discussion. I
Mhm.
think we're gonna have many more to come. We're gonna have a lot of fun together. You
Yes.
know.
Now I want to hear, Ms. Melody. I would like to hear
Mhm.
your final thoughts on everything.
Okay, well, my final thoughts is I think we had a great discussion.
Mhm.
Um, I feel that women shouldn't work in men's, in men's places like garbage
Mhm.
men, firemen. Hold on, my audio. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
1 second. One
This
second.
StreamYards.
I can't stand phone StreamYards.
I know. It's a whole thing.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't think women should work in men's workplaces. I don't feel like men should do women jobs either. I think everybody should stay in their own lane, stay in their own role. And yeah, I think we should go back to traditional roles, but I'm sure we can't because it's too late, you know? I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think that's ever going to come back, but what are your final thoughts?
Well, I think this. I think that, we get so caught up in the muss and fuss of capitalism and rugged individualism that we forget that, all of that keeping up with the Joneses nonsense doesn't actually have any inherent value. And all of this tangible crap we keep measuring ourselves and each other with, they're not going to be worth a damn thing in a zombie apocalypse, right? Now, yes, I know a zombie apocalypse is not going to actually happen. However, okay, what we should truly be valuing in ourselves and in each other are the things that would be valuable if there was a zombie apocalypse and capitalism no longer reigned. Okay, that's what this comes down to. This is what I was trying to explain. Okay, my inherent my me valuing my husband has nothing to do. He could make $1 billion or make $1, make nothing, right? I could make $1 billion, make $1, make nothing. Okay, our money is community money. It doesn't change our inherent roles or our inherent value, right? Or the inherent respect I have for that man, because why I respect him is not because of some tangible crap. And if the only respect you are getting is based on tangible crap, okay, there's a problem there. It's not really respect. You're temporarily buying someone, okay? And so I think we need to start focusing on, wait a minute, if we're really saying, oh well, I gotta buy her purses and I gotta make more money than the Joneses and whatever, we gotta realize that that's dysfunction over there. That's actually dysfunctional. It actually is. And we need to stop measuring us as though we are the dysfunctional monolith, right? Realize we are individuals and we should be striving for functional, not trying to beat the game at dysfunctional level. That is my final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Ruby. And everybody, check us out next week. Same time, same place. 8 o'clock on Tuesday. We will be having a kind of a celebration, a contest. We are looking for a name for our show. So
Mm-hmm.
whoever comes up with the best name, win a prize.
Yes, please. Y'all think about it, okay? We tried. We did try on our own. Neither of us are great
We
at that.
couldn't do it. We were
Yeah.
saying stuff like sweet, classic sweet.
Yeah, right. Like we could
We
not
couldn't think
melt
of it.
roots. Like we just couldn't do it. So we
Yeah, we
need
couldn't.
y'all's help. Okay. We need y'all's help to come up with a great name. Okay. For this segment, we're gonna do weekly. Okay. Y'all will see us. We're gonna debate each other. It's always gonna be a topic we do not agree on. Okay. No more echo chambers.
No
Okay.
more.
No
It's
more.
all right.
Right. And y'all come up here, you guys can call in and challenge either one of us or both of us, depends on which one you don't like, or just give a
Right.
whole different opinion, right? So, I mean, we're really hoping to make this a space of, real open dialogue, understanding, discussion, trying to develop some solutions and things, right? So, thank you so much for supporting this. This was good. I think this turned out really well, Mel.
I think so too. We make a great team. I
We
like it.
do.
I
I
love
love it.
it. Right.
Yes, and shout out to Game Changer for coming in with some nonsense right at the bat to get us to laugh.
Oh yeah. Game Changer is always going to be the first one up here with something to
Eh,
say.
of course he is. Of course he is. And listen, I got to shout out. I don't know. She might be sleeping by now, right? But just ask Shar. I've got questions. That is my other co-host for Fridays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 7:30. And I'm so glad she showed up too because she just makes me laugh. She just says stuff, and you're like, oh man,
Oh, yeah. She's fun. Well, I want to get to know her. I want to have a one-on-one, actually a two-on-one with her. We can have her up here and talk, you know?
Ooh, I hope she'll go for that. That'd be cool. I know she's a
Mhm.
bit. Listen, she's one of the hardest working women on in Black YouTube in the manosphere. Most people know Char Willie, because she was here way before I was, and she was modding like everyone's channel. She is like the person who helped build a lot of channels, a lot. All of your major channels y'all been thinking about that are OG, Char was probably there building them up. So
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, I don't know where her schedule is. I know she a busy woman, right? But we got to try. We're gonna try. We're gonna
We can try to get her up here. Let's hope
try. Yeah,
so. You
of
can
course.
do it. She's your co-host. You can do it. So,
Oh, you think you can tell Shar stuff? Listen, I'm still scared of her. She's like anti Shar. You know what I mean? That
yeah.
anti you scared of because she's just so respectable and like serious. You scared. She asked you a question. She said jump. You say
Uh-oh.
how high, ma'am? Yeah, I'm still on that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, sounds cool, and we will definitely have that interview. But peace.
Cheers, y'all.
Cheers.